Howdy everyone, Chris Kubal here, tracking severe weather over western Iowa. Hope we are having a good day. We're going to lead off pretty long duration of strong severe storms as we go through the evening. So just leading things off, we have a cluster of storms out into western Iowa. And one second, my mic is pretty loud. Okay. Western Iowa is where it's at right now. You can see those severe thunderstorm warnings in place. I am joined by meteorologist Joe Farrell. Joe, give everyone at home a wave.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so we are tracking these storms out into western Iowa. They've been hailers so far. There has been one brief reported touchdown of a tornado way into western Iowa. That was closer to, I forget the name. I'm going to Little Sioux. So we're just starting to see these severe thunderstorm warnings get into the Local 5 area, with the most latest one being Carroll County. This warning, it goes until 4:30. The storm's still off to the west towards Denison, and this storm has a history of 1-inch diameter hail. We've seen some signal of this activity maybe pulsing up just a little bit more from time to time, but as of right now, that's the way things sit. So here's a closer look at that storm that we are going to be tracking as we continue on through the next 35-40 minutes or so. Right now near Denison. These storms moving about 30 miles per hour. They're all kind of moving to the north and east as an overall slow translation eastward with the entire line. Latest warning shows that that's 45. I'm not buying that, Joe. Are you?
I'm not buying that either.
Okay, we'll go with 30. A couple of areas to watch. So the warning that prompted Carroll, I believe it's for this cell right here, northwest of Harlan, but there's also a severe warning into Crawford County as well. So we'll just go from the leading edge of that, pushing to the north and east. Estimated times of arrival right there. Joe, why don't you give me your overall thoughts on the setup that we're dealing with here for today? I'll interject with my thoughts too after you're done.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. One thing that I do want to kind of let you all know is that the overall tornadic threat gets less and less and less as these storms continue moving to the east. It wasn't a very conducive environment even in western Iowa and parts of eastern Nebraska for tornadoes outside of that one very brief touchdown. But as these storms continue to move out ahead of this cold front that's going to be sweeping through, we'll eventually start to see this line as a whole pick up speed a little bit. And as it picks up speed, and depending on just how quickly this line of storms can move to the east, we may start to be a little bit more concerned about a strong wind gust threat with these storms. Now, going out ahead of these storms, all the way through most of the kind of rest of the state, there's enough to keep these storms strong and keep these storms going, but it's not the type of environment or the type of juice that we had with some of those severe weather events that we were tracking kind of early last week. But these storms are still going to be strong and are still producing quarter-sized hail, which is severe criteria hail. So, Chris, it's these storms are still going to have that potential to produce some severe weather, but it's just not the same type of juice and concern that maybe we had with some of the environments that we had early last week and on Friday last week too.
Yeah, I think our tornadic threat is going to be limited to anything prior to 7 o'clock. Thanks, Joe. I'm not quite sold on the overall environment. I am picking out a couple of areas to at least watch, and that'd be just to the south and east of Denison. Looks like we're trying to come just a little bit about in the last couple of scans there. So we'll have to watch there the western edge of Carroll County. Haven't seen a whole heck of a lot else to watch as far as a tornadic threat. I don't think it's going to be widespread. So perhaps just an isolated risk here. I think hail is the biggest troublemaker, as you kind of mentioned there, Joe, to lead things off for us. And then overall, this is going to have a little bit of a trade-off to being more wind dominant as things move to the east. It's also going to outrun the cold front. It's going to lose some of the deepest shear along with it, and that's when I think we start to lose those strongest updrafts when that happens. Also, temperatures will start to decline. Those updrafts should weaken. We should start to see things a little bit more outflow dominant. So as it looks for the hail here at this point, there's a few spots to watch. We'll look in southern Crawford County first. Closer to Defiance, we're estimating up around an inch, perhaps just a little bit larger. $half sized hail northwest of Harlan and Shelby County, and getting out into northwestern Pottawatomie County, about the same there, up to about $half, perhaps just a little bit smaller. So these are some hailers. The storm up here in Ida County has been a little bit more robust on the hail scene, and while we don't have any official reports with it, it has had some significant hail spikes along with it, and some decent hail signature poking in on that. So that's the scenario we're going to be running with. As always, we welcome any reports. If you're joining us here initially on the broadcast, I know probably not too many dealing with the severe weather at this point, but one thing you can do is just straight up text us at 515-457-1026. I'll go ahead and get that up on screen so you can see it. If you have any pictures, videos, any reports you want to share with us, we are also streaming not only on We Are Iowa Plus, but we're on social media as well. On the Chris Kubal Meteorologist page, I am monitoring the chat there. If you have any questions, you can jump in and ask us anything you'd like. But as far as getting any pictures or videos or reports to us that may be usable for us on air, that's the easiest way to get it to us. So severe thunderstorm warnings really dotting all over western Iowa. Joe, you want to give a kind of a recap synopsis on just the warnings that we have, not just into the local 5 area, which is only Carroll County right now, but we're kind of watching everything out there to the west and north and west.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's this warning here that is up around, and Chris just mentioning the little bit of a spike on reflectivity here north of Ida Grove. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is north and west of our particular area, but still storms, of course, that we are watching and keeping a close eye on. And you'll see kind of at the bottom here, 1-inch hail, which is quarter size, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That is what this severe thunderstorm warning is for parts of both Buena Vista County and Cherokee County. Now, going a little bit farther south, here's the warnings with this particular kind of line of cells. There's a lot of warnings within and a lot of warning boxes within this line right here. But this particular one, this does include Denison. I'll kind of scroll out a little bit to get the one that includes parts of Carroll County. But 4:30 into early this evening, you notice how long these warnings are kind of showing up, and actually maybe that one is the one for parts of Carroll County. Either way, it's the easterly movement of these storms. Now, the actual storms themselves have a bit of a northeasterly movement component to them, but the line as a whole moving east is not very fast. So these early warnings here that we are going to continue tracking are going to just really, these storms will take their time getting into, parts of west central Iowa, because there's just not a lot of easterly movement, as the front that is behind these is moving very slowly as well. But we do expect that to, pick up in speed as we get a little bit farther into this evening. And eventually we'll start to see these really kind of sweeping across and into more of central Iowa than where they are right now. But just to quickly recap, it's hail that is kind of the primary threat with this entire line, with all of these little cells and little areas of a little bit more pulse upward and uptick in activity type of action. It's going to be hail to start, and then we may see that transition over to mainly a wind threat, and could still produce some peas and things and marbles, that size of hail as these storms continue moving east, but that will become less a threat as we head throughout the evening.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much for your insight on that. And I've been showing you kind of the DOT cam there right at I-880 and I-80 there northeast of Council Bluffs. And there's that current look at it. And you can see that sky a little turbulent as we look back to the north and east into one of those severe warned storms closer to Missouri Valley, just northwest of there. But we're continuing to track this overall line. As this continues to push its way eastward, I think Des Moines Metro, we're looking maybe closer to that 7 to 8 o'clock time frame before there's any sort of significant impact your way. I do think we're going to start to see more of an easterly translation with the overall line as we go through the next couple of hours. Right now, things kind of stagnant in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I'm going to pull you back over here and so you can get a look at the radar picture. And yeah, there's just a mass of warnings right now. Those are going to go through various times over the next 45 minutes, including but not limited to Carroll, Crawford, Shelby, Pottawatomie County, Harrison County as well. There's more back into Missouri. There's a few up to the north, though the confirmation from either of these storms way up north, there just hasn't been any at this point. In fact, that northernmost storm up there in Clay County is only warned for the wind right now. So I do appreciate you jumping on here. Thanks for joining on the broadcast. We're going to continue to stick with it. We do have the show, Local 5 at 5. Coming up as we get closer to the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Of course, we'll have to kind of put things on pause here. We'll go to looping radar and send you another notification when we come back on. But things a little bit more active out there to the west. So looking at some prospective towns, yet to be impacted by this, not necessarily in the warning, but Audubon, Carroll in the next hour, Coon Rapids up through Ralston, Sheridan, and Jefferson. A little bit further to the north, Rockwell City as well. Lake City included on that, Manson, and Fort Dodge probably in the next couple of hours. So it's going to take some time to get its way eastward. With time, why don't I go back here to the velocity signal, and then Joe, I'll come over to you. Looks like you want to talk some hail. Not seeing a huge signal. A couple of scans ago, I told you I was watching an area there east of Denison. That's just no longer anymore. It's fairly broad. Some shearing is in there. If there's any spot, I'd watch north of Vail for some rotation there. On down the line, switch radar sites to the National Weather Service out of Omaha. Not really seeing too much to pique our interest. And just briefly, before we get over to Joe to talk about some of this hail, I want to show you, there were a couple of brief tornado reports. Could have been the same one, but near Little Sioux. And emergency manager relayed some power lines down there north of Little Sioux, and emergency management reported a touchdown about the same time. So it could have been the same one there. Those reports coming in there north of Little Sioux. All right, Joe, take it away. Let's talk about some of that hail.
Yeah, so wanted to give all of you that are tuning in from Carroll County, and if you're in Crawford County too, just to give you an idea of kind of the latest one in terms of hail size. In fact, I'm actually going to a new data scan just came in. So let's get a little resizing going on here, and I'll pick same general areas because this is part of that big area that is severe warned at this. moment in time. So kind of going right along Highway 30 here out of Carroll County and into Crawford County down towards the Denison area, but it is moving to the east and northeast of Denison. You've got a couple of different areas of 1-inch hail, which is quarter-sized hail coming in here. A little bit of a spike farther to the southwest of Denison, and actually that would be into parts of northeastern or northwestern rather, Shelby County. So just a couple of different spiked areas, and what I'm also going to do is zoom out a little bit here just to kind of show you that this is one of the main things that, especially the storms that are a little bit farther south and southwest of that northerly extent. You notice the hail showing up in here with all of these. It's all within a kind of a big cluster, and that is that primary threat right now with these storms is going to be that hail. But as we go back to radar and give you a look at some of the warnings here too, got a little bit of an extension of one that is still not quite getting into the local 5 coverage area, but still keeping our eyes very close on this one. This is a warning that starts to approach Audubon County by the time we get a little bit closer to 5 o'clock. Again, these storms are just going to have a very, very slow, almost like a snail's pace as far as their easterly movement. But the cores of these storms have been moving to the northeast for the most part. It's just that if you take the line as a whole, it's not moving very quickly east. That is going to change. We'll eventually see this pick up speed, but it just hasn't yet. So if you're kind of on the edge of your seat, if you are in Carroll and you know these storms are coming your way, if you're on the edge of your seat, might be on the edge of your seat for a little bit just because these storms are taking their time moving to the east at this moment.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. The threat continues to be more so aligned with hail at the current moment. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to throw you up. 1 second. On the web PC, and we're going to talk a little bit about what is going on. I would like that. That should work. Okay. So I'm going to show you kind of the analysis that I've been looking at here. This is diving pretty deep into the science. We're kind of looking at the spin. I'm going to go into storm relative helicity, and this is from 0 to 1 kilometers up. So we're talking about a pretty shallow layer just above the surface, and ideally this is kind of measuring the spin and the updraft together. The bigger the number, the more favorable it would be for a tornado. And you see definitely up there north of the international border into Canada, you see those numbers more robust, right? Well, they're not in an environment favorable for a tornado, but you look down closer to us and we just don't have those big top end numbers. I think we're struggling today in the profile. We have the wind. Normally we look for it to change directions from south and east up and turn to the west and northwesterly direction as you move higher up into the sky. Today we have a little wiggle that comes back before continuing. And that usually isn't favorable for tornado genesis. It kind of stunts that updraft from rotating a little bit, and it can't carry through the entire thunderstorm. So to keep that tornadic action going is a little bit more difficult. Now you can still overcome that with some of the low-level dynamics. And there's some signal in there in the data that we have it, but real-time in this analysis, I'm not really seeing a ton of it. We'll go over to everyone's favorite significant tornado parameter, and we're only at a 1 right now. Ideally, I start looking at that as 2 and above before we start to get too hyped on the scenario. Go to the effective layer. It's more of the same. And the shear in the lowest 1 kilometer, there is some, and ideally I look for this 20 mark, that's 20 knots of shear. It's kind of out ahead of this entire line though. If we're going to see something favorable for a tornado, I think it's going to be over this southwestern quarter of Iowa through maybe about 7 o'clock or so. So kind of a narrow window, and that's where we see the threat kind of change from more wind and hail and tornado-oriented, hail and tornado-oriented to more wind oriented. We do have plenty of energy, though. That's why these updrafts are shooting up and give us those hail signatures. But with time here, and I'll go out through time, this is 2 hours from now, and then 4 hours from now, we're starting to see that the atmosphere is going to stabilize back out just a little bit. In fact, it's not near as robust as it was in previous data that I looked at. So that's one of the things I'm watching there. Back to the radar picture. Not much has changed here since we last talked to you. Just some pulses of some hail. And I will go ahead and throw the hail right on top of it just so you can kind of see what's been happening with the tracks. So there's all sorts of little pockets tucked away in there. It's kind of crazy just to kind of see it in that hindsight, the tracks, if we will. This is current, and anywhere you see that white is going to be signature that there's some hail aloft. Not necessarily size, but this is just kind of an easy way to pinpoint where there would be hail, at least some, not necessarily large or small, anything like that. Now I'll go to that current hail parameter for you. And yeah, you can certainly see there's some pulses in there that we're watching. Some a little bit larger than others, between about Denison and Carroll there on Highway 30. Southwest of Defiance, northwest of Harlan, there's a decent little pocket. And you get into Harrison County, basically just north of I-880, and there's a couple of pockets that are in there. So let's go ahead and sample this core over Shelby County. That looks to be about the most robust. It looks like at the moment. Yeah, and it's suggesting something up maybe closer to ping pong ball sized hail and $50 size, so somewhere in that realm. A little bit larger here towards golf ball being estimated. And that's when we really start to see some big time damage potential, is when we start rising up towards golf balls. So 1 inch diameter hail can cause damage, but it certainly gets exacerbated, and logarithmic enhancement to the possible damage when you start climbing that hail size. So when you start getting to golf ball, that's when you really start to be concerned about some hail damage coming in. So just north of Harlan in Shelby County, that is what we're going to be watching. Joe.
Yeah, just continuing to kind of cycle through some different products, just looking for anything that might stand out a little bit. And because these storms are just a little bit closer to the National Weather Service Omaha radar site, just continuing to monitor. Not that we are overly concerned with, the rotation that is, kind of trying to show up. It's very, you notice how long of a stretch this is, where some of the reds and these greens of the inbound and outbound winds are kind of coming together. There's no specific spot where it's just a, smack circle of very strong outbound and inbound winds coming together. And if that were the case, we'd be much more concerned at this moment in time. But it's just not something that is happening right now. So continuing to just show signs of hail. And one thing I do want to mention is this storm up here a little bit farther to the north, getting up into and eventually we'll be moving into Kossuth County. It's still going to take a while to get there. But around Sioux Rapids, Storm Lake, Spencer, it's kind of whole area. There were a couple of reports of some pea-sized hail, and also I don't think there was anything bigger, but I do want to just double check. There was some pea-sized hail in Webb, and then quarter-sized hail was what was reported in Holstein. So just a couple of reports coming out of that storm in that particular area in parts of northern and northwestern Iowa there. But still continuing to monitor these storms. And Chris, let me know your thoughts on this, but we're starting to see a couple of things pop up kind of out of head of this main line. I am not overly concerned with anything that would try to spark up a little bit ahead of the line.
It's not going to be prime placement for the severe risk, but I do think we start getting now stuff to pop a little bit earlier in the east. That's kind of a newcomer into the data overall, the trend for today, but it has not been hinting at anything significant. So some showers and some rumbles out ahead of this main line, and I'll go ahead and show you what I'm expecting with that. I have Futurecast up on screen, so I'll back you up to current. And yeah, there's going to be some of that activity that pulses up out ahead, it appears. This line continues to form. It may not be completely solid, but a broken line is what I'll say. And that will continue to push its way eastward as we go through the evening. That's 7:15. We'll take a look at 8 or so. So running things from about Mason City to Boone, back towards Greenfield, just getting to Creston and continue to push eastward. All the while, you see that activity running out ahead. It's building up too. The severe characteristics with that, not as ideal. And this is kind of the trend you see as a rocket. As we continue on the shield of rain in the cold pool, I can't highlight it right now for you, unfortunately, but it's growing larger. So this is when it starts to become cold pool dominant. We start to look at more of a wind risk versus a hail risk along that main line, which by 10:30, it's running from Waterloo down through about Grinnell to Albia and Corydon or so, and continue to push east. And I think by about 11 or so, we're largely done with this, perhaps still lingering a little bit towards Ottumwa and Bloomfield, and then moving off to the east. Now, the main section of this band, one thing I want you to see is you see those wind barbs, okay? They're still out of the south here. The main line of the storms is running well ahead of the cold front. Kind of gets out of the best dynamics, if you will, with time. So that's why I think we're going to see a trade-off. Again, less hail and more wind. And even then, I'm a little skeptical on it. Things not as primed as we move things further east and get deeper into the evening. So that's kind of a long dive on it, Joe, that I just kind of wanted to go through. I do think we're going to see some of this activity build up out ahead of the main line, but will it be significant? That's not what I've been seeing in the data. So yeah, some rain, some rumbles, but I'm not expecting much in terms of the severe risk with this.
Yeah, and just to kind of give you all another look at these storms, this is also the hail track. So just to show you that these storms do have that history and are continuing to show the signs that they are producing some of that hail. Now, this storm in the far northerly extent, a little bit closer to Storm Lake, is not at the intensity level that it was just a little bit ago, but it is still severe warned, and we will watch for any sort of reports that may come out of that. There was some kind of pea-sized hail, and as well as some quarter-sized hail being produced from this cell as it kind of continues tracking to the northeast. Now, there is still severe thunderstorm warning in Carroll County, and in fact, I believe this one might be a little bit of a newer one.
Did it get reissued?
I think this is definitely an extended one, and thankfully they're starting to draw up some larger boxes, because at one point there were 4 or 5 different warnings. You can see all the different lines that we kind of have in the same areas here. But it does look as though this is a bit of an extension to the current warning and taking it a little bit farther to the northeast and the east. So this does still include Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties. As far as just looking at reflectivity here, it's kind of right to the southeast of Wall Lake. This is kind of the area on reflectivity that is kind of pulsed up a little bit. So for sure, some hail, coming down with that there. But this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 5:15 this evening, and this is for quarter-size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But the wind threat, I think overall, Chris, there's been one wind report, and that was back into eastern Nebraska. Haven't seen a wind report in Iowa. It's just been hail reports, up to this point.
Yeah, not to say it hasn't happened, but it would
Right.
be rather localized, and there will be a trade-off, I believe, with time. And it's just kind of to interject on this scenario. Thanks, Joe. I do think we're going to continue to see the warnings get more broad in nature, and they might encompass a wide area, but I still believe the threats are going to be more localized within those big broad warnings. Now, tornado watch is in place until 7 o'clock, nothing for the Des Moines Metro. What I envision is if we continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings, that we'll see something grow up further to the east and likely of the severe thunderstorm watch variety. I'm not sold on the tornadic threat today, and for the most part, it has not come to fruition outside of one brief touchdown back in extreme western Iowa. Severe thunderstorm watch up into Minnesota, western Wisconsin until 8 o'clock, and then there is a tornado watch that extends till 9 o'clock down into Kansas. Yet to see a tornado in Nebraska and Kansas so far this year, which is just kind of a rarity to say, right? Again, so the latest warning here is for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties. And I think we're going to continue to see the evolution of these warnings grow larger and larger as we go throughout. But as I transition over to hail here, and I want you to focus in only on those brightest colors that are peaking, the threats are more localized in this. As we go to the velocity picture, there's a couple of areas where the wind is peaking up just a little bit stronger, okay, in here. And there may be a couple of pockets where the wind is strong in there, but it's not going to be a widespread swift hammer that's cutting all the way across the state here for tonight. So that's one thing. Sometimes it may be a little scary or daunting to see those huge warnings out ahead. And I always tell folks too, you know when you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you just do. You get the tinglies, the hair on the back of your neck, and you know something's legit. I think these warnings are going to grow larger, Joe, and it's not necessarily because the threat is going to be widespread.
Right, and it's just because, and due to this just being an entire line here, and that's when these clusters of storms start to form into this line, and the line begins to pick up speed a little bit. Something that we watch for and that we kind of communicate is that the tornado threat is more an isolated, very quick spin up. What you'll see happen is these lines pick up speed and start moving east, and if they start bowing out a little bit, all of that sort of nature, not just kind of increasing the strong wind gust threat with those storms, but those lines of storms don't always behave like a normal thunderstorm. They can get little kinks in there, little kinks of rotation that show up for 1 or 2 scans, and then it's gone again, and then it shows back up. So that is something that I try to always keep in mind for myself in these situations, just because it's still always good to keep an eye on that in any sort of severe weather scenario. But with these first cells here, it's all been about the hail that's been produced, and it could be a situation where some of these hail cores have been sitting over the top of a couple of spots for a little while, and we haven't gotten any pictures or any reports or anything like that, but I would be interested to see if this is the type of event that leaves some locations with like a nice coating of hail that almost looks like snow in a way, but it's just hail from these storms.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to show you a look outside. This is going to be I-80 at Minden, and there's a stronger cell, in fact, severe warned cell out into that area. I don't believe the largest hail core is set up over the interstate where we're looking. I actually believe it's just to the north of there. But it's always good to get a look outside, and often when you see either big-time heavy rain or some significant amounts of hail in there, you do start to run into cars slowing down and stopping on the side of the road. And as you see here, that semi going by, still going pretty swift. I think the impacts are more off to the north of this particular vantage point. Back to the radar we go. There's some healthy cells in here. I think the strongest part is about halfway between Denison and Harlan, basically right on the Crawford and Shelby County line. That's where we're seeing the signal for some hail popping up. Might be overestimating a bit today based on the lack of reports that we've seen up at this super high level. So far in Iowa today, we've only seen reports up to quarter-sized hail, but estimating at golf ball size there near Erling, the Defiance area, and pushing off to the north and east. Heads up in Manila, Manning, towards Arcadia, and Vale, and eventually Carroll, as that one is continuing to move to the north and east. So back to the radar we go. These warnings, and I won't cycle through them all for you, but you see the hail size and the wind speed size with this. They're all kind of base level, if you will. 1 inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds as we look at them. All right, just to answer a few of the questions, I know several of you have asked me. Boone County, I will say, I've been asked about Mason City, Indianola, Des Moines, Marshalltown, several hours out from all of those locations. And so much can change as far as specific severe threats. But with everything moving basically due north and east at about 35 miles per hour, so we'll just do it to Des Moines at this point. We're looking, still getting 3 hours out before we start to get to the I-35 corridor here, at least from that band just moving into the Council Bluffs region. So Mason City, 2.5 hours away, maybe a little bit less, but Marshalltown, you're still looking at a couple of hours, 2 to 3. Indianola, more of the same. So this is going to be kind of a slower movement. They're moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. It is going to take some time to get there. Thanks everyone for all the questions. If you're joining us on social media, no matter how you're joining us, we're Iowa Plus. We do appreciate you jumping on with us. Joe and I are going to, kind of keep things going as we go throughout the evening. If you do come across a report, you're out into any of these areas of western Iowa with these storms, you can shoot us a picture of that hail after the fact. We want you to be safe. Texas, 515-457-1026. I'm looking at that inbox right now, and always on the lookout for one of those reports, even if it's just as simple as, hey, we have some golf ball-sized hail here in, for instance, Defiance. Just want to let you know that. And don't forget to share your location with us. It's always helpful. We can get some confirmation and get the word to the National Weather Service, too, that is indeed the case.
Hey, Chris, you want to toss over to me real quick here?
Go for it.
Just want to, just want to give you all an idea on just how slow the easterly movement of these storms has been. So I've got this line drawn right here. Watch this. Radar is currently at this point at 2:30. So watch as we advance to 3, 3:30, 4 o'clock, and now we are getting to 4:30. It did not move very fast to the east. So again, if you had that warning kind of pop up on your phone, if you're in Carroll County especially, and if you're in Carroll itself, of the town of Carroll, you might be wondering, where is this storm? Well, it's getting closer, but it has just taken a good while to see these storms get a little bit of more of an easterly kind of motion to the entire line, but everything within these storms has been generally moving to the northeast as far as kind of these little areas and these little cores that kind of pop up within this congealed line that we're starting to see. So you're probably starting to hear some of that thunder if you are in Carroll, Arcadia. Going to be seeing possibly some small hail. In fact, let's just go ahead and bring hail up here to see if there's anything with that little area. Not a lot, some very, very pea-sized hail possible moving into Arcadia right along Highway 30 there into Carroll County. Still, the largest hail sits between Denison and Harlan. And, Chris, you mentioned this a little bit earlier too, but, radar is not always,
It's not perfect.
It's not perfect. It's great that we can kind of get a little bit of an idea, but I do believe, and am with you, Chris, that if this cell was producing 2-inch hail, someone probably would, let the National Weather Service know, send in a report, or, we probably would have heard about it if it was producing 2-inch hail.
As we go with time, right, you start the quietness. It certainly speaks volumes in and of itself. Sac County moving into, Rockwell City, Calhoun County. Pardon me. Brain wasn't quite working here for a second. Thanks, Joe. There is a strong storm that's rotating around here. So you're seeing that storm level circulation from Auburn to Yetter. This is not tornadic, but it is kind of a signal that we do have a healthy storm here. So just to kind of under this, trailing it just a little bit on the western edge, you do see that there's a hail core associated with this. There has been some signal of some convergence too. Now we're starting to see the whole storm begin to rotate underneath. You may see that base kind of rotating around, that front side running from south to north as you take a look at it if you are out into this area. So that's a storm level rotation at this point. We're always watching that, but if we're going to find some of that 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail, that is where it's going to be. No other warnings in the local area besides what's happening up here into Calhoun and Carroll County at this point. So, things still active. It's just slow to progress overall at this point, Joe.
Yeah, it is slow to progress, and it's just they're taking their time. Just this whole line of storms. Now, this is we're starting to see this be a pretty broken spot here as you go north of Carroll and all the way up into parts of kind of north central, northwestern Iowa, kind of right on that edge of those two, just little directionals there. But still a severe thunderstorm warning on this cell farther to the north, and I think a good time to give you all an idea of just how long these warnings will go and kind of who's next in line as these storms continue moving to the northeast. Now, this is for Palo Alto County. Emmitsburg probably just picked up on some of that smaller hail. Nothing too huge as far as a hail signature. Just check that one just a little bit before coming back over here to the video wall. But this severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15, Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, Sac County. Very, very slowly seeing that line move to the east, but got a couple of these little areas within this severe thunderstorm warning here that are still producing some of that hail, and likely some of that hail still coming down. So there is that severe thunderstorm warning, and then there are a couple that are just a little bit to the west of Audubon County, and we'll continue watching this area of storms as well. But already starting to kind of see what these lines of thunderstorms out ahead of, or along frontal boundaries, we're starting to see a little bit more of kind of that classic, a little bit more of a classic look to them instead of, seeing all of this as just kind of individual cells, kind of broken up with some areas in between the two. We're starting to see it all kind of come together, and it's starting to get a little bit of that more classic line of thunderstorm type of look. And Chris, as we've talked about a couple of times here, we're not surprised to see the kind of larger severe thunderstorm warning boxes now and pushing those a little bit farther east. It's just within those large boxes are little areas where the storm is going to be able to produce its strongest capabilities of, whatever hail the warning is for, which has been quarter size pretty frequently, as well as 60 mile per hour wind gusts. You always get little pockets in there, not necessarily the entire warning box, but this is what we're going to see as we head throughout this evening.
I think we see a pattern here, Joe, that we're going to be watching. And what I've drawn here, you kind of see the white line squiggling through. That's the difference between the Des Moines National Weather Service and the Omaha National Weather Service. And that warning there, Carroll up through Calhoun County and others, Crawford and Sac County as well. That's one big warning, right? I think we're going to continue to see that once we get into Audubon and then down into Cass County as well. Things probably go more broad with the warning status as we continue on. Not to say that's going to be 100%, but something that's possible. We do have some tennis ball sized hail, actually baseball sized hail, down being registered just to the south and east of Lincoln. So some big time storms out there. We'll have to watch that as they enter southwestern Iowa. I think the biggest risk for tornadoes and the largest hail is going to be down here into southwestern Iowa as we continue over the next few hours. So that southwestern quarter of the state has that best possibility. Here's the tornado risk for today, that threat more pronounced down into Kansas. It did expand further north compared to previous into the day. And that happened right around the time the watch came out, I believe. Not 100% sold on that expansion further to the north. I do think the threat looks a little bit better down south and west overall as you look at the whole thing. Now, there's still some storm level stuff we need to watch as we go with time, but for now, that's the way it's seen in my book. Let's go to the hail because I want to show you how things transition from hail to wind. So there's going to be some pulses of hail, especially over the western half of Iowa. But as we continue on through the rest of the night, notice the wind becomes more of a player with time. So that expansion is looking a little bit more prominent in the wind department out over eastern Iowa. There's going to be a change of power from hail to wind as we go through time tonight. So far, just a few hail reports coming in. I'll go ahead and check out that the hail reports. Let's just go through all those hail reports we do have in the state of Iowa. Looking up there in the north part of Ida County near Holstein, 1-inch diameter hail. Back into Woodbury County, 1-inch hail near Danbury. Down southwestern Crawford County, actually that's Harrison County, and the extreme northern part near Dunlap, 1-inch diameter hail reported from a business. Missouri Valley in Harrison County, 1-inch diameter hail relayed by emergency dispatch. Near Little Sioux, $half size, so 1.25 inches in diameter at 3 o'clock west of Pisgah. Tornado reports underneath here, and this might be the same one, came in at the same time. Emergency management reported a tornado coming down at 1:46, I believe that was. Yeah, 1:46, and getting the same one. I want to look at both of them here. Pull it back up. So this was just north of Little Sioux, and there was some damage to power lines that came in with this near Little Sioux. Both of those reports at 1:46, quite possibly the same tornado throughout. But there's been more hail reports. The Omaha and Lincoln metros, both of those areas dealing with it. The storms translating their way northeast, but the overall line kind of pushing eastward with time as we continue on through the afternoon and evening. No new warnings at the moment. There is one way up north into Palo Alto County. 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That's what we have for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, Sac counties, and then more of the same. We'll get a new radar scan in here. It's tough to sample them all, but they're all going to be this one actually just a touch higher for Pottawatomie and Shelby County, up to that $half sized hail. So one last look at the hail parameter here, and then we'll see the healthiest looking cell still kind of halfway between Denison and Harlan, almost right over that Defiance area just to the east and pushing towards, say, Manning and Arcadia. Joe?
Yeah, keeping an eye on everything that is getting a little bit closer and moving into central Iowa at this time, but also keeping an eye on this kind of a monster of a cell that is 2 hours southwest, and this is we'll be watching this as it moves across the Missouri River. It did recently go tornado warn. In fact, you can kind of see that a little bit of a notch, and not quite the kind of hook echo that we kind of look for with the reflectivity, but certainly seeing a little bit of a notch and seeing rotation with that storm as it continues moving northeast. Again, this will large storm will eventually cross over the border and cross the Missouri River and come into the state of Iowa. So we will kind of keep our eyes on that one closely. That is quite the cell down there in parts of southeastern Nebraska. But getting a look at this as a whole, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit of a loop here. This really does, give you an idea just how long it has taken for these storms to, move east, and everything within this whole line and these storms has been, general storm motion going northeast, but the whole line itself with the cold front is just moving very slowly. So we haven't seen a large push to the east with this just yet, but we do expect it to pick up at least a little bit more of easterly speed, and we will see this line of storms transition from being what is right now still a damaging hail threat. You can see still some pockets of some hail showing up here right around Carroll with that cell, and just right near Defiance, still showing some hail within the kind of core of that particular area of storms right there. Still producing the hail, still watching for that as kind of a primary threat with these cells, but eventually we may start to see the wind threat become just a little bit more prominent with these storms. But at this point in time, nothing that stands out or is overly concerning in terms of the velocity and those the winds. Not seeing super strong rotation within any part of this line here. So just going to continue monitoring all of this as it moves east. And if you're in Carroll, you're probably hearing this storm and hearing the rumbling as it gets closer and closer to town. If you're in Arcadia, yeah, you're getting in on not just what potentially is a little bit of hail within this storm, but I'm sure this is producing just some pounding rainfall as well. And I'm sure it's producing lightning too. Just bringing up lightning real fast here. Yeah, these storms are producing lightning. So, and a decent amount of it, a decent amount of strikes. So they'll be loud as they move in, even if they aren't producing hail, heavy wind or heavy rain, and just a whole lot of lightning and thunder. So parts of this whole line may have a little bit more bark, not as much bite, but still the threat for having a little bit of that bite of hail and some gusty winds is still present.
All right, Joe, this is going to be my last chat. Then I'm going to have you take over as I get prepped for a show. What you've seen on my radar screen, though, while Joe was talking, was the wind gusts. 41-mile-per-hour wind coming in out of Harlan as that storm hit. Denison got up to 40 at max as that storm moved through. We're gusting to, it's just a gusty wind that's been in Carroll all day, up around that 35-mile-per-hour wind. So we'll see how this reacts as we go through town. The word is from the National Weather Service. They've been calling around here to a lot of the communities impacted, and so far just small level diameter hail, despite what looks like the strong growth into the radar algorithms. And right now, things aren't looking overly robust in that department as they once did. One thing I am going to show you here before I let Joe take over. There is some strong convergence that is happening. We call these a mark signal, mid-altitude reflectivity convergence. So the red is moving away from the radar site, green is moving towards. So all along this line, there's some strong convergence, and that gives us the stronger updrafts, or at least trying to. If there's going to be anywhere where the wind looks to be overly troublesome, I'm watching over Shelby County, and that's where the wind does look to be the strongest. I'll just sample it for you here. Not getting that data in. Let me go to Omaha and see if that's showing up. Yeah, it's registering 40 miles per hour up, and at this stage, we're looking at about 4,000 feet above the air, or above the ground, in the air, I should say. So some strong areas of convergence right along this entire line. So we'll continue to see those hail pulses there. And then this is more downdrafty. Don't quite have that signal of convergence, though there's likely a shelf cloud, and there is a little bit, but the outflow is more dominant over Shelby County. I think that's where, if we're going to have a stronger wind gust right now, that's where it's going to be. I'll cycle back to the hail here real briefly, and you'll notice over Shelby County, it's not a huge hail signature like it is on a couple of those signals further to the north of it. So continuing to watch things. Then there's that cell down into southeastern Nebraska. It's still a ways off, but it is tornado warned at the moment, and due to continue to push northeast, we're just kind of a hop, skip, and a jump away from Audubon and Cass counties being impacted. Joe, I'm going to just take my max up full. You'll have to come over here and get situated, and you can take over kind of on the talking scene. Folks, Joe's going to continue to stream here for the next 10 minutes or so. I'm going to get set for my show, and then once we get into show, we'll have to just let the radar loop, and we'll be back on with you in between shows and after them, and we'll continue with the live storm tracking. Thanks so much. Joe, take it away.
Yeah, back in the pilot seat here. How about that? Yeah, still keeping a close eye on all of these storms here, and we are just continuing to watch for some of that hail production, as well as here and there in a couple of isolated spots, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing that is overly concerning at this moment in time. And I just want to see the storm relative velocity here. So kind of as Chris was mentioning, right through parts of Shelby County, likely the highest potential spot to see some of that stronger wind actually reaching the surface and creating for some stronger wind gusts. That's kind of what we're looking at with that particular one. And so real quickly here, let's do a little recap of these warnings and let you know when these are in effect till. So very large warning box here. As you see, this is continuing for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac County until 5:15. So still got a little bit of time on this warning here. If you're in Carroll, again, these storms are just they are taking time to inch east. You might still be hearing some of that thunder in Carroll, and maybe starting to get in on some of the rain on the kind of the far western side of town there. So continuing to watch that particular storm. And then this is a severe thunderstorm warning. I believe this one is actually, this one looks like it is new. This was issued for Audubon County until 5:45, and this one does extend out a pretty prolonged period of time. And you notice there in the kind of bottom left hand part of the screen here. I'm going to take your eyes to that. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and under 1 inch hail, so under quarter sized hail. So not showing, or at least radar not picking up on, some larger hailstones and larger hail production with this particular cell.
Well, that kind of goes with, what I was saying about the wind being a little bit more dominant there, coming out of Shelby County.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest threat. Check the wind gusts and see if those updated at all.
Let's see.
Hey.
What's up?
Let's see if we have any update with that. 41, was that the last one that you had in Harlan, Chris?
Yeah, I believe so.
41 miles per hour, yeah. No update in that regard. 36 mile per hour wind gusts in Carroll. So maybe a couple of a little bit stronger of wind gusts. Nothing that we haven't seen or dealt with before, but likely a couple of those within all of this here. And then still keeping an eye on this one in north or southeastern Nebraska. This has been a very impressive cell, and it's pretty far to our southwest, which Chris has mentioned it a few times too. Definitely the best, most conducive area for rotation and an isolated tornado potentially occurring. It's going to be across the southwestern part of the state.
I can.
Not so much. Here in central Iowa. But as far as warnings specifically for central Iowa and parts of our area, it's Carroll County and Audubon County that currently have warnings, and also parts of Sac County as well. Going to continue to watch all of this moving to the east. So let's get another check of some of the hail here. Still showing up that some smaller hail's coming down. This is just under an inch in diameter here. Let's get a check of this little lighter blue kind of area. Yeah, still just under an inch. So quarter size hail at the most is kind of what it looks as though these storms may be producing, and we're keeping our eyes on any new hail reports that might be coming in too. Doesn't look like we have had anything.
Squeeze at 6. Thanks. Just have her give me the extra time, Emma, whether if we're too close to show.
Yeah, just and that warning across northern Iowa, no longer severe warned, but just still pretty loud for Emmetsburg, Fenton, Armstrong, getting into kind of north central Kossuth County there. So these storms will be loud as they're moving in. That is for sure.
Better?
All right, so
All right, sir. Why don't you get it back looping? Why don't you get it back looping? And unfortunately, friends, we got to get to the broadcast, and we'll be back after the shows. We'll definitely let you know. You can continue to track the radar along with us. You can watch the show on We Are Iowa Plus if you'd like, or Local 5. Just turn on the TV, and we'll be here with you as we go throughout. If there's a tornado warning, we'll be back with you instantly.
you want the cam off?
Yeah, and the mics. Okay, so there is a tornado warning in place until 5:45 over southern Carroll and northern Audubon County. This is confirmed. That's when we start to see that purple shading. We get that confirmed status in place. All right, we can go over to my Max or vMix feed if we can up in the booth, and we'll continue our live tracking. Okay, we're back with you. This is for a confirmed tornado, basically right along the Carroll and Audubon County line. Let's first things first take a look at where the threat is here. So this was confirmed, and I'll be watching that gray area. So north and west of Audubon by a few miles, southeast of Manning, south of Templeton, and this storm is moving, looks like to the east and slightly north of east. I need to get just how
northeast
fast.
of 30. Northeast at 30 is what
Okay.
they've got.
Joe is on mic 5 if you want to mic him up. This one is moving to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put a track on this one as it continues to move. Be near gray here momentarily. You need to be seeking shelter. This is a confirmed tornado near Dedham by 5:22. It does get out of the warned area towards Coon Rapids by 5:35, and then Bayard and Scranton by 5:47 and 5:55, respectively. We're going to be bringing on here meteorologist Joe Farrell. Joe, helping me track the situation here. What's the word that you've seen from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, just continuing to check National Weather Service chat. This is National Weather Service Des Moines, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is. And there's not much there at this point here, Joe. I'll go ahead and take it back. Something was confirmed with this. I'm going to go ahead and read the warning details. Of course, when you're on air, you kind of get caught when that new warning pops up. We hadn't been analyzing the radar for the previous 3-5 minutes, so law enforcement confirmed there was a tornado. This was about 9 miles northwest of Audubon, moving east at 30 miles per hour, basically right where that little kink in the data is. This is back just to the west of US 71. Right along the Carroll and Audubon County line. That'd be north of 120th Street by a couple of miles and to the north and west of Falcon Avenue. I'll go ahead and zoom in and see if we can get a couple more street names to populate here for us. But we're getting down to county level type roads here, north and east of Gray. Small community there, but right into that kink area, that's where we had a report that there was a tornado on the ground from law enforcement. So we are a ways away from the radar site here, but there is some shearing that is occurring. It'd be right in this area, right at the tip of that arrow, that I'd be concerned with that tornadic threat. It can meander its way down to the ground a little bit, so that's why we kind of draw the the warning a little bit more broad. So anywhere from Templeton to a couple miles north of Audubon, anyone inside that pink shading, you need to be seeking shelter for a confirmed tornado. Joe.
Yeah. Keeping an eye for anything in that National Weather Service chat, just to see if any more details kind of come in with this confirmed tornado here. Something that I do want to take a look at is the debris with radar here to see if there's anything. Now this is still with the radar site in Des Moines. Just checking and going back to Omaha's radar site here. Not seeing anything pop up as far as, what we look for is kind of a profound circle that would show where exactly that tornado might be on the ground if it was starting to pick up and starting to loft a little bit of that debris. Not seeing that at this very moment in time. That, of course, does not mean that there isn't a tornado that is on the ground there, but still just, not seeing any sort of debris being picked up by radar. And as Chris mentioned, too, we are pretty far away from the radar site. So, again, this is right near Gray and just to the northeast of it. Another radar scan coming in here, so it's right in this area here. We do have kind of that strongest, smaller area of rotation with the inbound and outbound winds. Going to continue to see that move a little bit to the east and the northeast. Let's get a track and give you another idea of who is next in line to see this kind of area of rotation and potentially still a tornado on the ground. That's what that pink warning box means. Let's get a track on this a little bit to the east-northeast. So if you are within any part of this pink shaded area, be seeking shelter and getting into your tornado safe spot. Dedham, by the time we get to 534 for Coon Rapids, and still watching this little kind of kink area within this line of storms, Chris. It's still all showing up. It's just can't get anything radar-wise to confirm, through radar whether this is on the ground. But this was law enforcement that did confirm that this was on the ground.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. What you've been seeing in the bottom corner is the shear detection there. I'll back it up a couple of scans, and you see it's kind of built up as this one passed over Gray and pushed to the east. So the law enforcement actually confirmed that tornado 9 miles to the north and west of Audubon. So that would be very near that town of Gray, and while the threat is now past you can come out of your safe place. That would be a concern, that circulation pass kind of right overhead. That maybe that's where we had that touchdown. But this was law enforcement confirmed, and that's why we're seeing that tornado warning turn pink. When that happens here in our system, that either means this is an emergency, a tornado emergency type of warning, or there's a tornado confirmed. Either way, it's going to garner that significant status. We also have a whole slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, and I want to emphasize the point here. While we may see these big, broad warnings as we go through the rest of this evening and even in the start of the overnight, the threats are going to be more pinpointed than to what the warning actually alludes. So keep that in mind. These are going to be more localized threats of hail pulsing up initially, and maybe some spots of some gusty wind. But as of right now, this confirmed tornado is going to be our concern, as this one rides basically right along that Carroll and Audubon County line. There is still a little bit of shearing. There hasn't been a huge couplet. Now, right when this tornado was reported, there was something a little bit more significant here back southwest of Gray. So this is just before show as we were kind of transitioning to getting on to Local 5. There was a little bit of that peaking coming closer together there. So I'm looking for bright colors, the greens and reds, and tight, very close together. And they're starting to get pinpointed close in there for just a scan. And that is about when that warning came out. Scan here just prior to 5 o'clock, some shearing, no longer seeing that bright and tight structure, that couplet really tight in there. But there's still a couple of areas to watch within. That initial area that we'd be watching is southwest of Dedham right now. Continue to stay in your safe place. And it looks like maybe just another little signature there right along Iowa Highway 141 between Templeton and Dedham, basically right where Highway 71 comes through and turns to the north and heads up towards the Carroll area. So this one at one point has been confirmed. Joe, it still may be possible here anywhere within this pink shading, but I at least like the trend that's been exhibited over the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, definitely. And so something that I kind of want to mention with this is that as we continue to see this entire line of storms like this kind of thing, what's happening in parts of southern Carroll as well as northern Audubon County, is this can occur. This very brief kind of quick spin-up tornadoes is kind of what we like to kind of term them as, because of how fast that can just happen, how fast the rotation can show up, how quickly anywhere within some of these lines of storms can produce a tornado, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay on the ground for a long time. But there is still rotation showing up within this here. Getting a look at some of the latest as far as the scans coming in. So I would say still right through this area here, getting very close to Dedham, seeing the strongest area of rotation. And if there is anything still on the ground, it would likely be somewhere right kind of within this area and a little bit to the south and east of Templeton and southwest of Dedham. So continuing to watch this area of rotation, Chris, and still not seeing any reports. I've been checking X as well as the National Weather Service chat. Just nothing coming in or nothing showing up on social media with this one just yet.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I'm zoomed in tight on that area that we'd be watching. This is more of a convergence signal to me as it sits right now, a signal that there's a strong updraft pulsing upwards, and I believe we're looking at some hail kind of tucked away on the west and northwest side of this cell. Now, this data may be a couple of minutes old, but back near Templeton, radar is estimating hail size up to 1.6. Now, I say so far in the scenario today, believe we're struggling to actually develop that hail up into that big, robust number. So perhaps maybe not as large as what the radar just indicated there, but it is a signal, no doubt, some hail there. Right as Highway 71 makes the turn east and west right along that vicinity right there. So that is a convergence signal, and now our warning has turned red, and that is kind of that
back to radar indicated.
Correct, and that is that trend that I just kind of explained to you. The signal doesn't look as clear anymore that there would be something on the ground. We'll stay with you and continue to track this. Inside the red shading, the eastern half of this, Dedham over closer to Coon Rapids, though, technically not in this warning. Anywhere that is in the eastern half of this red tornado warning needs to continue to seek shelter for a possible tornado in there. So I like the trends that are being exhibited so far with this over the last few scans, but still some areas that we'll continue to watch. It's just not peaking right next to each other as it sits right now. So certainly some stronger winds will be a possibility. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in place. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well out of this one. This warning is getting that threat tag of tornado possible for that circulation. We'll continue to track that. But 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's kind of the base level warning, if you will. And while this warning does officially stretch from darn near Humboldt all the way down through Carroll, and we get through Audubon, and while there is a little bit of a gap, it continues on to the south and west of Atlantic. The threats are going to be more pinpointed within this line. Joe, looks like you have something to talk about.
Yeah, and just continuing to check the velocity signals all along this line of storms here. There is a little bit of an area here, just a little bit to the east of Rockwell City, that we need to kind of keep monitoring here. I'll go ahead and give you just a little bit of a better idea, give you a circle of this. And this is, again, just a little bit to the east of Rockwell City. No tornado warning on this one, but this is enough of a, seeing some of that kind of come together and some of that rotation that this is an area to monitor. Now, how long will this type of signature show up on radar? That's yet to still be seen. Sometimes these can be there for a scan or two and then go away. So very close to Rockwell City. This is eventually going to start moving up towards Humboldt County and getting into little bit to the north of Fort Dodge as this continues moving off to the northeast. So Chris, just another little area there to kind of monitor and keep an eye on. And this seems as though something that we may need to just kind of continue to monitor as these storms sweep into central Iowa right now.
Yeah, absolutely here, Joe. So we do have this big, long shield of warnings. Thank you so much for that. As we just mentioned, I'm going to highlight all of these just so you can get the details. This is going to pulse out onto screen. And you see a severe thunderstorm warning running from north to south. We'll go through it until 5:45. So this is going to include places like Gilmore City, Manson, Pomeroy, and Twin Lakes. You get a little bit further to the south towards the Rockwell City area as well. This severe thunderstorm warning lasts until 5:45. That's going to include places like Carroll, Jefferson, Lake City, Rockwell City. Of course, the tornado warning, we want you to continue to be in your safe places, especially in the eastern half of that red shading, including Dedham, Templeton, and Wiley until 5:45. Audubon County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. And then we get into Guthrie and also Clay and Adair counties until 5:45 as well, including places like Anita, Atlantic, Coon Rapids, and Guthrie Center. So we'll continue to monitor this. Joe, you were looking at that one area of circulation. It caught my eye too, and I saw you kind of looking at it. I wanted to pay close attention to it. One little thing is we're starting to see those brighter colors come together closer. While the red is not near as bright, that's the peaking we're kind of looking for. So I'm going to back things up a couple of scans. It's been fairly broad, but now there's starting to be some signal. Maybe we're peaking things a little bit closer to each other. So this is an area to watch that we'd be tracking as we go through the next 20 minutes. Otherwise, there's likely a long shelf cloud down along this line of storms exhibiting that wedge that's being driven through the atmosphere and moving its way eastward through time. Some of the wind gusts, 48 miles per hour gusting into Rockwell City. That's below severe strength, but also a signal that maybe nearby it could also be strong. So that's why we have these warnings in place. While I do think there is going to be the threat along this line is going to be more localized. In Carroll, in south of town, you can see the wind gusts being registered as non-significant as this line punched in. Now, look at that 65 earlier, just prior to show, on the northwest side of town in Carroll. So there is some significant wind in there, and that goes to show you that it is not on that widespread level. It's going to be more localized. So Carroll, you just received some strong winds. I'd watch for that out towards Glidden and maybe just to the north. If we're watching any sort of tornadic circulation, there's two areas I'd watch, basically right along Highway 141 between Dedham and Coon Rapids, and then closer to Carrollton. You need to continue to stay in your safe places there. We'll zoom in just a little bit closer, and you see that does get basically that area right along Robin Avenue north of Highway 141, and a little bit further to the north, maybe along 280th Street west of Carrollton would be those two areas to watch. Not screaming signal of a tornado, but neither was the first one that actually confirmed one. So that was law enforcement confirmed, and we're starting to see this tornado warning come to the eastern side, that area of concern that we will continue to watch for you. Joe?
Yeah, and so something that, this is all for your safety at home. Anytime that in a situation like this, given what just happened near the town of Gray, and how quickly these, little spin-ups and, tornadoes, and how quickly they can occur with this, any time that we get, and the National Weather Service puts that little tornado possible tag on there, I would say that just given how things have gone as of recent, since that first tornado warning and that confirmed tornado briefly was issued, kind of treat this very, very similar to a tornado warning, even if it's a tornado possible tag, just because of how quickly these things can happen during these lines of storms like what we've got moving through central Iowa right now. So we will continue to watch for not only the areas that may start rotating a little bit, but also the fact that we have had some very strong winds to go along with this line as well. So just getting another check here as I just was talking about, the little areas of rotation, these little kinks within the line can all happen very, very quickly. So watching and looking for any sort of areas that are of major concern right now. Nothing that overly stands out to me. I do want to get another check of this storm that was a little bit farther to the north. This showed signs of a little bit of rotation near Rockwell City. Doesn't look like it's exhibiting the same type of rotation at this moment in time, but all things for us to keep an eye on. And just as another reminder here, this tornado warning is still in effect and is going to remain as we head over the next little bit here. We're starting to see the storm get to the eastern side of this tornado warning. But if you are back a little bit farther to the west of this and on the kind of western side of this tornado warning, you are safe to come out of your safe spot. But still, if you are on the eastern edge of this, do continue to seek shelter and continue to be in shelter until this completely passes, because this has a history of that brief tornado, and it could certainly, exhibit those signs and produce another brief one again.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. In the bottom right screen, I've been showing you here, highlighted by this arrow, not anything that's necessarily too concerning. In fact, it's improvement from that area of circulation that Joe just showed you east of Rockwell City. It's now kind of washed itself out, so that area no longer looks to be quite as suspect. I will say there's likely some pulses of some stronger wind in there, maybe around the Manson area as well, Lake City, some turbulence, really anywhere in this storm, but trying to highlight maybe some of those areas that have some more robust wind. And between Carroll and Dedham, that would certainly be one of those areas to watch. Down towards Atlantic, there is some of that shearing that's going on there, kind of a cyclonic area on this north side, but we'd be watching down along this red feature to see if any of those brighter greens can pulse up there, up through Exira. So that's the leading edge of the thunderstorm, and that would be the area most likely to see something tornadic spin up. I will say the tornadic setup today is not as clear-cut as other days can be. There's some things that are maybe forward a little bit, but there's a couple of detractors, and overall I haven't been really too sold on it. As we've kind of looked at the afternoon so far, we've seen a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and just a couple of tornado warnings. A very brief touchdown I do want to highlight earlier into the afternoon near Little Sioux that did some damage to some power lines. Past that, and the one that officially prompted us to go long form coverage here with you, this tornado warning that we're currently doing. A law enforcement officer did report that a tornado had touched down. It appears as though that was likely on the brief side. We're going to be watching those little kinks along the line, something that can get going, but overall, I don't think we're looking at that happening on a widespread scale all along this line, Joe.
Yeah, and just a real brief mention here. I know that we do have some viewers in Kossuth County. Do want to let you know that tornado warning has been put in place for kind of a north central and central Kossuth County. This would include places like Burt, Bancroft. So if you've got friends, family there, maybe give them a ring, shoot them a text, give them a little shout. In fact, I'm going to shoot my mom a text because she's very close to where that area of rotation is going to be. So,
all right, Joe, I'll take over here.
Yeah,
for you.
go ahead.
Yeah, so that's off into northern Iowa, Kossuth County. We'll keep focused in on this activity into western Iowa as Kossuth is out off our northern edge, but that tornado warning in place until 6:15, kind of on the northern edge. We'll take a look at the velocity for you here briefly, and that area of interest into Kossuth County would be between Bancroft and Fenton, moving to the north and to the east. So that would be the area of concern to watch up into northern Iowa. Otherwise, we have some pulses of wind, and so far some small hail. Did get a report out of Manning of some pea-sized hail, and I'm just going to go back to the hail size because I want to show you that we haven't had the huge amounts of hail coming to fruition here. So that big pulse, it passed over largely just to the south of Manning towards Gray, and we got pea-sized hail out of it. So that report coming in near Manning, hail estimating to the size of 1 inch in diameter. I think we're kind of overestimating here in the radar product. We're struggling to build it up. The updrafts are there, but we're just not seeing high enough reflectivity to create that large hail. And so while the updrafts are getting quite strong and high, we're not seeing a whole lot of raindrops or the big raindrops within. A couple of pulses of some hail in there, a couple of pulses of wind, and this tornado warning. And just for those in the booth, we'll carry things through 5:30, and if this warning does go by the wayside anytime, we'll get you to World News. So we'll continue here with weather coverage for the duration of Local 5 at 5. As for this tornado warning, we're kind of running outside of that warning box, and that threat would be now outside of it. I'm really struggling to find any sort of a couplet here. Joe, we're seeing some strong convergence that can lead to some strong updrafts, and I would watch for that wind to be the strongest right around Glidden. I think that's the biggest concern with this cell right now. So in the booth, just let me know when we get to World News, just so I have a heads up. Joe?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's get a track. You know, even though the rotation has diminished, let's put a track on where some of these stronger winds have been. In fact, before I do so, let me make sure that I've got the storm motion speed where I want it to be here. We can do that. Let's get a track on kind of where this wind might be pretty darn strong as it continues to move a little bit east and northeast. So if you are in Ralston, 5:32, that's when the kind of the strongest winds are going to start to kind of arrive into town here. Scranton, by the time we get to 5:40, Farland by the time we get to 5:52, and then Jefferson on the far eastern side of this by the time we get to 5:57. So starting to see this this little bit of a bowing kind of segment here. It's what we like to call it. And as this is bowing out, and if it starts to pick up speed especially, and starts to pick up that easterly speed, then we could certainly continue to see some very strong wind gusts.
All right, Joe, I'm going to cut in here because we're getting close to World News. That tornado warning has dropped. We'll continue to track things. We're going to keep the stream going on Weir Iowa Plus. Hope to see there localized threats of wind and hail along this line as it moves east. All right, friends, we are still with you. We're still streaming. So we had a brief touchdown of a tornado near Gray, Iowa. That was coming in from law enforcement. I think the strongest wind right now is over Carroll County, heading its way east towards Jefferson. So heads up for that into Greene County. That's going to be heading your way. I see potential there for 60 miles per hour. And kind of as we mentioned in that last little bout of coverage, just those little pockets to watch as we continue on. We do have Kossuth County with a tornado warning at the moment. We get awfully far away from the radar picture there. And it looks like that scan out of Des Moines showing the rotation. New one, still kind of there. Yeah, that one's moving not too fast. It's kind of stagnant in the end. So over Bancroft, that's going to be a radar indicated tornado up into northern Iowa, northern half of Kossuth County, and that one's moving to the north and east. Joe?
Yeah. So continuing to just, have just monitor and just continue to watch this entire line here. So you're going to get a notification that you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You may be tuning in here and you see this huge warning box. Now, don't want you to be concerned with the warning box size. What happens during these situations is not the entire line is producing, potentially wind gusts upwards of, 60, 65 miles per hour. It's not the entire line. It's kind of bits and pieces within this line of storms that we see, maybe even a little bit of brief rotation, as well as some of the more kind of localized, stronger wind gusts. So even though you see a huge warning box, that does not mean that every single part of this line is producing severe wind gusts or, hail, whatever it may be. It's kind of pockets in between, but National Weather Service kind of needs to warn for the entire thing because of how many of those little pockets are kind of within all this line. So
it just becomes the easiest way to warn it.
Yeah,
frankly.
Exactly. Instead of drawing, however many little boxes they would need.
So I don't think we officially got an LSR there, Joe. With that tornado report, Carroll, Audubon County, kind of that gray area, and I mean the town gray. That's where that one happened. But no report officially being transmitted by the National Weather Service did prompt that warning, though, and it was confirmed. So no doubt we'll work over the next, 12, 24 hours to, see exactly what happened with that. But, at this stage, we'll just call it as it was given to us as law enforcement reported a tornado. No word on any damage, anything like that. The pockets, and I can't emphasize this enough, these storms aren't severe along the entire line. There's going to be some pulses within that will be. Des Moines, I think you're still looking at the 7 to 8 o'clock time window to get this one to you, maybe just a touch earlier on the western burbs. But as you see the winds here, we solidly have Atlantic into this storm. And out of the airport, 28 is all we can muster, 24. Audubon, 24, 20 miles per hour. And we did have a significant gust up into Carroll. That one passed 65 as that cell moved through. That one's the one moving closer to Rockwell City by 514, and now 49 mile per hour wind gust. So it looks like just northwestern Webster County, there's probably a little pocket where that wind is stronger. So heads up there. What are these storms moving here, Joe?
These storms are continuing at a not a brisk pace, but we're starting to see a little bit faster easterly movement, 40 miles per hour to the east-northeast.
Okay, I'm going to put that little section of wind is kind of pushing along that northeasterly trajectory. So heads up in Humboldt County. I think there's some stronger winds coming towards you. Humboldt by 549, Dakota City at 551, Hardy at 607, Renwick at 615 as that one pushes off into northern Iowa, Corwith 623, and Denhart closer to 630. So there is some signal that there's some stronger wind in here. I'll go ahead and sample. It's not going to jump off the chart, mind you, but 36 miles per hour is what we're looking at there, kind of coming out of the Manson area. As always, if you are across Iowa, we want you to be safe, but your reports actually help us convey the coverage to those out ahead. So if you have a report, a picture, video to share with us, you can text us at 515-457-1026, but please do so in a safe manner. Let's see. north of Scranton, new update coming in. There's a strong convergence there, and probably I'd be watching for some stronger winds and some hail coming in there as we get into the western edge of Greene County, Joe.
Yeah, and we're continuing to monitor this cell that is still coming out of southeastern Nebraska. So a little bit to the east of Nebraska City here. Still continuing to watch this one because it's starting to, it's not only crossing the border into the state of Iowa, but we may need to continue to monitor this one. Now, it will be interesting to see how all of this reacts, all these storms and these two kind of separate lines here, how they will interact with each other as they get a little bit closer and start to kind of possibly kind of converge and just become an even larger one singular formed line. So continuing to watch that cell closely as it gets a little bit closer to central Iowa and south central Iowa. New severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, you're going to see this a lot as we go throughout this evening. These very, very large severe thunderstorm warning boxes. So I want to make sure I've got it on the right one because this is for Calhoun, Greene, Humboldt, and Webster counties, and the hail size, quarter size, 1-inch hail. Then this is with this severe thunderstorm warning right here. And the wind speed potential upwards of 60 mile per hour gusts possible with this line of cells and line of storms that continues to move to the east-northeast. And they do have the tornado possible tag on that. Now, when you see or hear that there is the tornado possible tag, what I do want you to know with that is that we continue to monitor for just very quick areas of rotation. They show up quickly. They can drop a brief tornado in an isolated tornado. It is possible within these lines of storms. And that's what we continue to watch for, and that's why the National Weather Service uses the term tornado possible, because if you're just tuning in here, right near the town of Gray, Iowa, there was a reported tornado by law enforcement. So that sort of thing can happen quickly, and given that we are discussing that, let's get another check here. So a little area here that is to the east of Gilmore City, right along Highway 3 getting into Humboldt, just a slight little tightening. It's not real strong. These winds showing up with velocity here, but just a little bit of a tightening in a little spot where there's a little bit of rotation there. But strong wind gusts are likely occurring south of Gilmore City. And again, this is all moving to the east and the northeast. So we will continue tracking not only these kind of little pockets of rotation as they show up, but also moving this threat into a more of a damaging wind gust type of threat as this whole line continues east. Chris.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Northern Iowa, still looking at that tornado warning. That's going to last for another 40 minutes, 35 minutes, beg your pardon, as that threat is over Bancroft right now. The wind is rotating in that favorable spot, but it's fairly broad. I'd be watching right over Bancroft and to the north and east. So the green is heading towards the radar site. The red is headed away. This one would be targeting Buffalo Center here, jumping up to the Twin Cities radar site. Still some broad, this is large rotation on a widespread scale. So near Lakota, that's going to be headed your way, and eventually into Winnebago County and Buffalo Center if that one continues to hold. I will say this rotation does not look near as potent as it did when that warning was issued right here. So 518, we see that it's broad, but bright colors denoting the strong signal, tightening up just a little bit by 526. Staying strong, 535, and in the last scan is starting to weaken just a little bit. And we're kind of in no man's land. We're sampling the radar here 10,000 feet up. It's just one of the radar dead zones, if you will. Some pulses of strong wind in here. Again, I don't think the whole leading edge is severe. There is a 1-inch hail report just east of Rockwell City coming out of there, so there's also some pulses of hail. But the winds coming in, checking in 49 as that latest cell moved through Carroll and Rockwell City. And there may be some spots in there that are getting up to that severe threshold of 60 miles per hour. Further to the south into Audubon, we just have not seen the significant wind gusts, at least at those particular sites. Atlantic, the same, 24, 28 miles per hour, 31 southeast of Atlantic, that site there. That's not Atlantic proper, but it still kind of registers as that is its home, so to speak. And then we go down to that tornadic circulation as in extreme southwestern Iowa. We'll keep tabs on that. That one looks to be, now radar, a confirmed tornado. That looks to be about 40 miles or so outside of the local 5 area in southwestern Iowa. Well, I'm on it. We'll go ahead and just take a closer look. See what that velocity is seeing. Kind of in that weak echo region, that's where we're going to be watching here, southwest of Shenandoah. So if you are in Shenandoah, that is where you need to be seeking shelter for a tornado. So we're starting to see that spin come together, Joe. It wasn't too hot on this in the early going as we've started, but I've been continuing to say that southwestern quarter, I should say, of Iowa would be the place to watch, and we've seen that there from north of Audubon, now down in southwestern Iowa. Of course, we're carrying a tornado warning in northern Iowa as well. We're able to overcome some of those limitations that we were kind of talking about, those winds kind of veer up through the atmosphere, and that's not ideal, but still that low component of the atmosphere is more ideal, and it's winning out so far is what I'd say with that.
Yeah, and something else want to mention as everything kind of started and everything got going a little bit earlier into this afternoon and into the early evening. The hail was showing up, at least on radar, larger than what we're seeing now. But these pockets kind of within this whole line, you see it stretching pretty far here, where some small hail is still potentially happening within this entire line of storms. So we're starting to see this pick up a little bit of an easterly component to its overall movement of this entire line. And as it continues to do so, you will continue to see these very large severe thunderstorm warning boxes. And we just continue to have to watch for the little areas of rotation that can show up kind of within all of these, all of this line. So I do want to take another look at some of this on velocity. So some very strong winds, again, still showing up south of Gilmore City. Now, whether 60 mile per hour wind gusts are getting all the way down to the surface at that particular location, yeah, we'll just have to wait for a report or two to maybe come out of there, or one of the smaller airports there and the weather stations to pick up on some of that. But this continues to, this is now a pretty just impressive line for how far north it extends, all the way into parts of southern Minnesota, all the way down into parts of Nebraska, Kansas. This is a pretty large line of storms now. Reports
are scant at this point, and I think we're starting to see that transition, less of a hail risk and more of a wind threat. And we've been kind of thinking, thank you so much, Joe, that this would be the evolution that would transpire with time. And I'll just back things up over the last hour. I do have the hail detection up on screen. There was better pulses of hail 45 minutes to an hour ago Now those features are washed out. We'll be watching for wind maybe trying to take over. There are a couple of signatures where that wind appears to be stronger. Again, I hesitate to say that it's happening along the entire line. I truly don't believe it is, but one of those areas to watch would be near Scranton. I would watch for that 15 to maybe update to something stronger. The reason being for that, we have a strong kind of rear inflow happening right here, coming in behind it in that weak echo region trailing behind this overall line. Some recent but now quasi-dated reports of 49 miles per hour out of Carroll 65 previously, and also 49 up in Rockwell City. Audubon not suggesting anything too significant in this line as it gets going near you. Red Oak gusting to 32 prior, and then Shenandoah, you have that storm moving in a gust to 30 miles per hour. We are tracking this circulation southwest of Shenandoah. There is a screaming signal on it. Just in the booth, if you could just keep an eye on those streams as well, and if we have confirmation on any of those streams, we can go ahead and take that. So just let us know. But near Farragut, right about Highway 2 west of Shenandoah, we're out of our range where we get street level mapping in southwestern Iowa. Right about Highway 2 near Farragut, halfway between Shenandoah and Sidney. That's where we have that bright and tight circulation happening, and certainly that's where the concern is for that tornado. Latest we had was this was a tornado confirmed, and still kind of showing that. So the appendage causing that hook right here, we'd be watching within here. Looks like one trying to get rain wrap back into that activity, though, Joe.
Yeah, and the whole rain wrapped portion of when tornadoes are rain wrapped like that, it's kind of scary, and it's kind of scary for chasers too, just because it's rain wrap. You can't see it with behind kind of that rain shaft there. So that is certainly one of the stronger, if not the strongest, sort of rotation signal that we've seen out of this line so far. So we'll continue to monitor that storm very very closely as it kind of begins to inch and get towards parts of Taylor County. We'll continue watching that storm down there, but just kind of going up and down this line here, watching for any sort of little pulses or little signs of some rotation. Not seeing anything that is overly concerning or nothing that stands out at this very moment in time, but we're starting to notice some of the brighter colors here, which may be slightly overdone by radar, but certainly a signature of 68 miles per hour is showing at least a strong wind within this storm, and some of those strong winds may be reaching the ground, maybe not up to that 68 mile per hour strength like it's being picked up on radar, because the radar site is still ways enough away that it's probably getting into the storm, not so much right near the surface, or at least closer to the surface. But very, very strong winds kind of showing up a little bit more within this line of thunderstorms here. And that is something, Chris, that we did expect to happen as this picked up speed and moved east a little bit faster. We expected to see some more signs of some stronger wind gusts kind of happening within this entire line of storms.
Yeah, Joe, and that change of power, if you will, from hail to wind becoming more of a bigger scenario. I think there's two areas of circulation now as this storm kind of recycles down closer to Shenandoah. There's going to be two areas to watch. We have one rain-wrapped area north of Highway 2, west of Shenandoah, and then there's another just to the south and west of town. Both are within this tornado-warned area. Concerning. This has been confirmed now for a little while. I'm still seeing, definitely in that rain-wrapped sector, a significant concern there when it comes down to it for that tornadic circulation. There was the latest data coming in. I'll go to the shear detection. You can kind of see all along that front edge of the hook, there's that area of concern. This has been a major storm since it was back into southeastern Nebraska. This one's been tornado warned for a couple of hours when it was southeast of Lincoln towards Tecumseh and pushing up to the north and east now. So we'll have to watch this one. I'd especially be watching out towards Adams County, maybe northwestern Taylor County with this storm as we continue on. But for now, that is outside of the Local 5 area. Two long, broad warnings. Both are what I would say base warning, 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. So here's the details on that southern flank, which includes Guthrie, Cass, Audubon, and Adair County. The threat level here is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail, and I think we're losing the hail threshold with each passing minute. On that northern line, that stretches from Humboldt down through Fort Dodge to Jefferson. Jefferson heads up. I think there's a decent little punch of wind headed your way. We have this severe thunderstorm warning also for 60 mile per hour wind, 1-inch hail, and then that tornado possible. So there's some areas of circulation, some shearing that we're going to keep a close eye on. And just looking at things along, there's some convergence signal over Fort Dodge. I'd watch for some hail there, maybe just to the south and west of town as well, heading towards Callender. And then here, right at kind of the triple point, as it pertains to Greene County, Webster County, and back towards Calhoun County as well. There's some broad-scale rotation happening here. Nothing too terribly strong or potent at the moment, but that's why this northern sector kind of has that tornado possible tag along with it. So I mentioned we're kind of looking at Jefferson with the strongest pop of wind potential, and the reason I'm kind of saying that, let me get the right product to show here. We have that rear inflow notch, and this is trying to accelerate that wind kind of down to the ground from the behind in the cell. Now, it's not quite parallel to the movement of the storm. It's not ideal, but it is kind of a signal to watch. It's been a while, so let's go to it. I'll show you the wind gusts. No new reports. The storm reports have been very quiet, so I think that's why we're getting base level warnings right now for the wind and hail threats. Rockwell City gusting to 35 latest as you come out of this storm. No update in Scranton. Atlantic is 31 in both locations in town and southeast of town. So there is some gusty winds. I'd still hesitate. It's not widespread along this entire line, Joe.
Yeah, and just something that I do want to mention before we potentially need to hop off for the 6 p.m. newscast. Storm Prediction Center is watching and monitoring the areas to the east for another. This would be for a severe thunderstorm watch because this is moving into a more of a wind threat with this whole line of storms. So just want to mention that we may see and likely will see a severe thunderstorm watch get issued east of this tornado watch, which will remain until 7 o'clock this evening or until this line completely moves east of the tornado watch box area. Okay, so I'm focused down into
southwest Iowa, close to Shenandoah. There's a couple of areas of circulation that we're watching. Still, we have the tornado confirmed with this tornado warning, though it has been some time with this cell. So this is continuing to move to the north and east, just outside the local 5 area. Jefferson, you're getting into this storm shortly. Guthrie Center as well, heads up for some possible 60-mile-per-hour wind, I would say. Really at any point along this line, but still... I don't think it's widespread. I don't think this is a giant wedge of 60-mile-per-hour wind cutting through Iowa. If it were, we'd be starting to hear some of those reports. It would not be this quiet as it's now moved through almost all of western Iowa. And I'll just show you kind of the reports here. I don't think we have a single wind report at this point. We don't. So it's been hail up to this point. There's that confirmed storm report down into Fremont County near Riverton. Simple. Tornado is reported from emergency management. So a spin up along the line, some pockets of wind and hail, but the easiest way to warn a line is by warning the line. So at any point there's going to be some pockets within. We're getting close to local 5 at 6. We're going to keep the stream going as we go throughout the duration, but at this point I'm going to get us back to the looping radar. Hope to see you join us for local 5 at 6 o'clock. And of course, just like the last time, if there's a tornado warning, we're going to be back on here with the live coverage with us talking about the radar and analyzing things with you. So we'll go back to the radar. Stay safe, everyone. We're going to continue to track this here as we go into show. Take care. Yes, please. I think we're a couple minutes out from going, so yeah. Back on air. Yeah. Okay. All right, friends, I'm back with you on the stream.
Hey, we're jumping
One second,
back
we'll
on
pull the
stream.
radar up.
Grab my computers I have in here and I'll stay.
Perfect.
Okay, I am going to stop that one. I am
Still here.
going to
Heck yeah.
start that
Heck
one.
yeah.
Okay, friends, we're back and going with you with coverage. We haven't had a lot of reports coming in with this line of storms from either weather stations or any kind of reports coming in. So as it sits right now, we have a line of strong to severe thunderstorms, some pockets along it that we're going to watch for some wind. I'm not seeing huge signals for large hail any longer along it. I know this is kind of a messy site, but it shows you kind of the wind gusts. So Jefferson gusted to 38 is all. Fort Dodge to 24 miles per hour as this moved through. South of town, 37. So I continue to emphasize, Joe, you're also mic'd up. I continue to emphasize that we do have some pulses where there's concern, 60 mile per hour wind and some hail. Down over southwestern Iowa, we still have 2 tornado warnings just outside of the area. And those last until 7:15. 2 little kidney beans right there into the little hooks to watch. So this is out into Montgomery and Page County. Page County with 2 of those. So Clarinda right now, safe place, please. Hepburn as well. Villisca. Heads up into Adams and Taylor County. These are going to be headed your way. We'll check out the velocity seen on things. There's still some circulations. They're not overly tight. I'd say that southern one by Clarinda right now is looking the most robust, a little bit more broad with things as it sits towards Villisca and Hepburn. Previously, that Hepburn-Villisca rotation was responsible for a tornado back into extreme southwest Iowa, Fremont County. I'll briefly pull up the LSR on that, and yeah, you can see southwest of Farragut. And that tornado report came in, come on, at 5:38. And that was reported by Emergency Management. All right, back with you after a brief conversation just off screen. We haven't received a lot of reports coming in with really anything as of late. We're tracking these 2 circulations, I believe, down here towards Clarinda and Villisca. So there is some shear. It was definitely stronger about 45 minutes ago as this passed through Fremont and now into Page, but it's kind of washing out just a little bit. So
Looks like you did get.
we will go live on Local 5 if we get a tornado warning, and nothing right now at this point. Okay. Joe, you want to take over here for a second? Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. We got to go on air, please. Joe, you want to talk about that tornado warning while the booth... All right, well, I guess it's going to be me. Apologies, folks, we're going on air. All right, here we go. All All right, everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here. I am tracking severe weather across central Iowa. Newly issued tornado warning. This is in place for Taylor and Adams County. We're tracking a couple of areas of circulation on the southwestern edge of this line. We'll be with you for the concern that is associated with this tornado warning. If you are within the red shading, here over Taylor and the southern part of Adams County, does include communities like Gravity. Up towards Holt, Lennox, you're just outside, but keep a close track on this one. You need to be in your safe places. That's going to be a low level, most interior room of your permanent dwelling. I can't stress that enough. Mobile homes are not going to be a safe structure for you to ride this out in. This sector of the storm does kind of have a history of producing tornadoes, not this spin in particular, but the one up closer to Villisca does have a history, and it's just kind of right in that one pocket that is ideal. This is moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So this puts the threat right over Clarinda. Please seek shelter right now. New Market, this will be in your area by 6:45. Gravity, this will be near you by 6:59. Holt at 7:07. And Lennox, if this continues to hold as we move closer to 7:20. So I want to show you the velocity signal, the way things look. We've been looking at this on the stream here for the last few minutes. I'm going to go to the Omaha radar site, and what we're seeing is the greens heading towards Omaha, so to the north and west, the reds are heading away, and right next to each other, right on that southeastern edge of town is where we're finding that area of rotation being the most tight at this point. There is also a secondary circulation, but it's more broad in nature as it approaches Villisca, and no sign just yet that that warning will be extended. Ours is until 7:15. New radar scan coming in. Looks like this one trying to broaden things out just a little bit. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Joe Farrell here. Joe, what's the latest coming in from the National Weather Service on this?
Yeah, looking at the National Weather Service here, still just, not a whole lot coming in. However, this is in an area that is the most favorable for a continued rotation and a little bit more of that environment that would be conducive of maybe producing an isolated tornado. This is going to be the best, and the area that has the highest probability of doing something like that with this particular part of this line of storms. This is all part of a greater and much larger line here, but of course our main focus is on that tornado warned cell that is moving to the northeast and into parts of Taylor County. It has not crossed the county line just yet, but it is going to do so in not too long of time from now. So you got it crossing over Highway 71, probably has already done so, just a little bit of a delay with the kind of radar scans here. But this tornado warning does remain in place until 7:15, so we've got a little bit of time to go here. These storms have not had a very fast easterly and northeasterly movement to them so far tonight, but we are expecting this to continue with very similar speed, at least for the short term here. Let's get a look at put another track on this and give you an idea some of the locations. If you are anywhere kind of within this, make sure that you are seeking shelter and into your tornado safe spot. 653 New Market, Gravity by the time we get to 709. This is going to continue moving to the northeast, so still tracking this area of rotation. Nothing confirmed as far as a tornado on the ground. This is all radar rotation, but it is enough that it could drop a tornado at any moment in time. And that is that's the nature of this particular storm and just this line of storms. Want to get another check of the velocity. Chris, it's in a rough spot just because it's in between two radar sites, but we still have a clear enough signal that there is rotation there.
And Joe, we are sampling it really high, about 9,000 feet up. I have shear detection popped up here, so this is kind of nominalizing that area of rotation we're watching. Kind of, this is the area, look at me where it is. So heads up in Newmarket, Hollyville, towards Gravity and Gus, and notice on that northern side towards Villisca, out of that outgoing tornado warning, there is nothing right there. So I feel pretty good about that one, but definitely watching this kink in the data right about Highway 2, just to the east of US 71, and it's pushing its way eastward with time. You saw in that bottom corner the velocity signal here, and this is the latest update from that. I'll go ahead and sample some of the winds associated with it. Some of that gate-to-gate shear is at 46 miles per hour. It's not the strongest rotational value, but it is right next to each other. And what I mean by that gate-to-gate, each of those individual pixels lining right up with each other, directly opposite. So that's that big time shearing effect. This is prime position as it pertains to this entire line of storms. And this is going to be a new market here very shortly. Gravity, Hollyville, Gus, and eventually getting up towards the Holt, Sharpsburg, and Lenox area. You need to be prepared for this. Right now, the inbound wind is looking the most robust, and that's trying to sustain. It brings in that thunderstorm fuel to help maybe try to sustain this just a little bit. Previous circulation up towards Villisca and Hepburn has really washed out in the last couple of frames. It was definitely more strong, closer to 615, 617, as you see, kind of riding that northern sector of the county there, but has since really lost a lot of its substance. Now, overall, this is a larger line of storms. We'll move just outside, away from this tornado warning right now, and focus on what's coming in just west of the Des Moines metro. And you can see this line of storms pushes all the way up into northern Iowa. Now, we're finding we do not have very many reports coming in at all. So that does kind of give credence to that this threat isn't maybe widespread along this entire line, but more localized for threats of, I'd say at this point, primarily wind. I'm not seeing a huge hail signature popping in. I'll pulse up the hail detection here just briefly. You know, there's a couple of small pockets. This is likely going to be pretty nominal in the end, not really too concerning. What I am going to be concerned with is the wind out of this line. And I'll show you some of our observation stations across Iowa as they pop into view. Now, I know it's a little busy. I'll zoom in here a bit. Town names are intentionally small here. That way we don't cover up too much of the data, but I will call them out. Clarion, 40 miles per hour as this line moves through. Webster City, 43. And that's not to say that there's not a pocket where that wind isn't growing stronger. I do think that's going to be a possibility, but it's going to be more localized on this line. Now, Clarion, Webster City, 40 to 43 miles per hour respectively. I did not see a significant wind register out of Fort Dodge or just south of town, around 20 to 25. Getting closer to the Grand Junction area towards Boone, I don't see any significant winds. This one hit 38 in Jefferson as that one slid through. So again, that definitely shows us the emphasis we're putting on maybe a more localized threat, despite these warnings being wide and broad. There's just so many little pinpoint areas that can pulse up very quickly. We're just going to broad brush it here for the rest of this evening and watch it that way. Also, we'll keep an eye on those little spin ups that may be possible along the line, but I'm seeing mostly a convergence signal at this point. I'd be most concerned if something can maybe orient more north-south, that sector of the storm. Anything that can get going more north-south, that would be a better opportunity to maybe spin something up. Not seeing any huge signals there for any rotational values over Adair County, and then we get down to that storm level circulation that we're tracking. Just starting to get into Taylor County. Joe?
Yeah, it's and it's something else to kind of mention here is this entire line. We'll revisit that tornado warning momentarily here. This entire line is only moving, and so the storm motion in general has been northeasterly. So kind of these little pockets of some stronger activity has been moving northeast, but the easterly movement of this line is only at about 20 miles per hour for the most part right now. That is not very fast. So these storms are still going to take their time as they continue to try and keep chugging along to the east. But I do want to revisit this tornado warning, and just to remind you that this is for a far southern kind of a corridor, far southern part of Adams County here, and then into Taylor County. And it's for an area of rotation that passed right by Clarinda. And we're going to continue to kind of watch this move to the east and the northeast a little bit. And speaking of that rotation, a couple of data scans have come in recently here. So let's get a look at how just how it is looking with this particular storm. So going right in between the radar sites here. So still looking at this area that is right by New Market here. It's this spot right here. And Chris had a look at this a couple of different times, and it's still showing up, this signal right here. So still rotation right in this area, right in New Market, right along Highway 2, and starting to kind of shift a little bit to the north and northeast of New Market and moving towards places like Gravity. Let's get a track on this particular storm as it continues moving to the northeast. So here are going to be some of those locations that are going to be next in line to see this storm here. So in the near future, New Market, hopefully you are already in your tornado safe spot. Stay there until this moves completely off to the east. Gravity 710. So still a little bit of time here, but do keep this at the top of mind. And if this does continue the way that it is, we would need to seek shelter in Gravity. Holt 719, Lennox by the time we get to 733, 741 for Stringtown. So continuing to watch and monitor this particular tornado warned cell, and this is the only tornado warning that we do currently have in the Local 5 area. And so this is certainly, Chris, our main focus, but there's a lot going on as far as just this overall line and just how much of central Iowa is going to see this move through.
Joe, thank you. Down towards that New Market area, this area of circulation kind of rising just to the north and northeast of town, right along 210th Street, west of Ladoga and west of Gravity. So this area of circulation, it's not the fastest, but it is going to be fairly tight in with that shearing, shear to shear, or gate to gate shear is running at about 44 miles per hour. Joe, just so you know, as we get closer to the top of the 7 o'clock, I'm probably going to come over to that position if we still have the threat around. So
okay.
We'll continue to watch this here with you as that threat just starts to get into Taylor County. Tornado warning lasts until 7:15 as this one pushes into Taylor County right now. So previously you heard me mention I'm most concerned with any sector of the storm that can get oriented north-south. And here you see across Adams County, it's running northeast to south and west, and then it turns more north-south. This gives it a favorable area to see that inflow catch on and spin up. So it becomes more perpendicular to the storm movement that is. So that's the concern. We're going to watch this sector of this line for a spin up. It becomes less likely as you move further to those areas that are running from southwest to north and east. And again, just to reemphasize, we do have a long running severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind, I would say at this point, perhaps some small hail tucked away in there. But pockets. This is not going to be a widespread wedge coming across central Iowa as far as the wind. Everyone's going to pick up the rain, the lightning, and likely even some gusty winds. But I'll just briefly show up the storm reports that we've seen out of this. And there's zero wind showing up. And it's not to say something maybe hasn't happened, but it surely hasn't happened on a widespread scale at this point. There is going to be an overall transition of power from hail and tornado threat as we go through time to eventually becoming more wind dominated before this line eventually kind of fizzles out altogether as it continues to push into eastern Iowa. We'll take a look at the watches that we have, carrying a tornado watch for the next 12 minutes, but as that one goes away, we will see this severe thunderstorm watch take over, and that lasts until midnight. So a lot of things we're going to be watching here, not only a wind threat as we go throughout the evening, and also this area of rotation down into southwestern Iowa. Joe, I see you have the latest scans up. Tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, still seeing that rotation a bit here, and this is just a testament to how slow of overall movement a lot of this has. This area of rotation has been very close to Newmarket for quite a while in terms of just how long it normally sticks around an area in a severe thunderstorm and a tornado warned cell scenario where it's moving much quicker than these storms in particular are. But certainly here just a little bit, and you got Des Moines radar here, and then move it a little bit more, and there's the Omaha radar. But still, got this area right through here. And this is, again, just a little bit to the north and the east of Newmarket now. So I'm going to continue to see this track this direction, passing just a little bit north. If you're in gravity, this area of rotation may pass just a little bit to your north, but still want you in your tornado safe spot. This is a tornado warned storm. Newmarket, stay in your tornado safe spot right now. Continue to just be patient and let this completely pass as we kind of just see this move very, very slowly. This is the look at the tornado warning. So again, that area of rotation maybe eventually passing just to the north of gravity, but eventually will pass over Highway 148 and continue moving off to the north and the east. And Chris, this is still in, and just looking at some of the analysis of the atmosphere right now, this is still in an area that can continue to be in a spot where the environment's a little bit better for some of this rotation to kind of continue. But we, as we've been mentioning, we're still going to have to watch for areas of rotation within the entire line. It's just the best tornado environment is across southwest Iowa right now.
Okay, Joe. Thank you very much for that. As we come back to me looking at the shear detection, it is on, but it's not registering near strong. As I back things up and kind of rock it back and forth to present, slightest little bit of a blue blip there north of 210th Street at Elk Avenue. So that would line up to the latest of the reports of where that circulation is. Just kind of watching things here. I like the way we're trending. I still think there's that area to watch right there west of gravity, and that's going to be where that possible tornado will be at the moment. So let me go ahead and zoom in here, and we'll take a look. So that's going to be at Forest Avenue, kind of between 185th and 200th, and moving to the north and east. It's not the strongest signal anymore. It's still there. It's in the best positioning overall as it pertains to this line as it moves to the north and east. So that's where we're looking at this point, kind of in that little hook northwest of Bedford. So still continue to be in your safe place if you are out into this red shading over Taylor in southern Adams County until 7:15. Joe?
Yeah, going to continue to monitor that, and I'm just kind of taking radar from north to south here, looking to see if over the past couple of data scans, if we've got anything else in any other area, in any other spot to kind of keep a close eye on. So just going to continue scrolling down here. Could have some stronger wind gusts potentially throughout parts of Boone County right now with this line of storms as it continues to move through. So still seeing the area of rotation, at least the most concerning area, as Chris mentioned, still just west of gravity. So you got gravity here, Highway 148 is what this is going to be approaching here very, very soon. So if you are in gravity, make sure you are getting to your tornado safe space right now. And just to give you an idea of where this tornado warning continues to be, tornado warning is going to be in place until 7:15. So we still have some time left to go here. But if you are in gravity or anywhere along kind of Highway 148, a little bit north of gravity, make sure that you are getting into that your basement or an interior room of your home if you do not have a basement. But this is all a part of a entire large line of storms. So one thing that I do want to mention to you is that you get a severe thunderstorm warning. You see it on your phone. You may look at how big these boxes are. It's not within this entire severe thunderstorm warned area. This entire line is not producing the damaging wind gusts, some quarter-sized hail. It's kind of pockets within this entire line here. So you may well end up under a warning of some kind, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you will end up seeing the strongest weather within this line of storms. But biggest concern still, Chris, is with this tornado warned cell and just the continued, there's not as much of a kink now, but it's still trying to kind of show itself and still trying to be there a little bit, but not. We've seen a downward trend in this, and that's what we like to see.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Just coming back to me, an update out of Fort Dodge here as of 6:35, 6:40 or so. There was a 67 mile per hour wind gust. So yeah, there's still some stronger sections within this overall line. Clarion gusting to 40, Webster City at 43. And this part up here, as you look over Wright and Hamilton County, kind of this area is the area that's trying to bow out and progress forward the fastest. This section of the storm is moving at about 40 miles per hour. So we'll track the leading edge of this and put that track out 1 hour's time. And you'll see this one is near Williams in the next couple of minutes. Alden, if it continues to hold. Iowa Falls by 7:19. Geneva at 7:23. Ackley, 7:32. Eldora at 7:39. And Parkersburg by 7:52. You do start to see that Boeing segment try to push out, accelerate out ahead of that main line just a little bit. And that's the concern for the wind. Now back to 20 miles per hour in Fort Dodge. Not seeing any other pulses of stronger winds from our observation sites stretched through Guthrie and into Greene counties at all. Now into Boone counties. This is just starting to get to the West Metro as well. So why don't we go ahead and take a little bit of a peek outside as it sits on our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. Take a look and we can see that storm is incoming there in from the south and west. So looking to the west, those storms incoming into the metro as we go through the next hour, and we'll be watching for some pulses of some stronger wind trying to take shape within this overall line as it moves through. Back to the radar picture we go. The warnings extend from the Missouri border all the way up towards the Clarion area, and of course this tornado warning until 7:15. Let's check in on that latest scan as it looks at this point. I like the way it's trending, more into a convergence signal. If we're really analyzing things, very weak up there by Holt in the northern part of Taylor County, something to watch there. But as I back things up, we've seen a good progression coming in with the scans. I'm going to go over to Omaha. As we analyze this real time, we've really been watching that area down towards gravity, and it's just no longer shearing anymore. That area of circulation that we've been tracking is down north of town, and it's not really circulating anymore. We have more of a winds converging on each other, which sometimes that can certainly be a signal that we're shooting up a stronger updraft. Joe?
Yeah, and we will continue to watch for any more kind of tightening within that little area of rotation there. So this is the only tornado warning that we do have in central Iowa right now, but it is still going to remain this tornado warning until 7:15, if I remember correctly, and maybe some quarter-size hail kind of within this too, but the main concern is, of course, that tornado threat with the storm. Now, as Chris was just mentioning, we've seen a bit of a downward trend in the rotation of this, and we're also on reflectivity not seeing, there's still a little bit of a kink in there, but not quite as much. In fact, the scan just came in, and I would like to see what velocity looks like, get a look at that rotation with that latest scan. So still like the trend of not having anything significant, but Chris did mention as well this little area near Holt. This is something that we will continue to monitor as well to kind of go along with the rest of the whole of this tornado warned storm, which again is for parts of southern Adams as well as Taylor County until 7:15. 7:15 this evening. So we've got 15 more minutes on this tornado warning.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Can you head on over and track the radar for me on Max 1, please? We are going to be double boxed because the NFL draft is just starting to begin, but we need to continue our team coverage of severe weather that is pushing now into Taylor and southern Adams County. That's the area of concern. And if that trend continues that Joe was just talking about, we can get back to this other box here just off to my side in full screen. But we need to track the severe threat that is at hand as this one moves to the north and east with time. Anyone within this red zone needs to continue to seek shelter for a radar indicated tornado. Joe, let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity picture here once again. There is a possibility that there's some smaller hail tucked away in with this, but I really think the hail threat is going by the wayside across most of this line. So looking up the highway here, running north out of Bedford, apologies, my eyes just cannot read that. Joe, what highway is that?
That is Highway 148.
Okay, Highway 148 here. We're watching just to the west, getting close to the Adams County line, I'd say. There's a couple of small little turbulent areas that we want be watching, maybe up towards Mercer and Corning as well, as that green is running to the north and east and the red is running to the south and west. So we have that shearing action there, but we'd also be looking for it to pucker up just a little bit. I like to call it bright and tight, and when we bring those two together, that certainly enhances that tornadic risk. And as we've been saying, we're liking the trend that we're seeing with this at the moment. Joe, let's go ahead and widen things out and show the entire line, the entire evolution here of the storm progress. There's going to be a trade-off from hail and the tornado threats to more of a wind threat as things go with time. But as things have gone so far tonight, it is pretty minimalized on a widespread scale. We're watching, what I mean by that is more of a localized threat in this entire line, despite these warnings being wide and broad. So with this line, as it continues to advance forward, there are some pockets of some smaller hail in there, but wind is going to be the strongest, and most recently a wind gust report out of Fort Dodge to 67 miles per hour. But that's been about it that we've seen out of recent reports coming in. So as we continue to track this line, we'll be checking in with the National Weather Service as well in the details that are surrounding that. We have that tornado warning down into Taylor and southern Adams County that we will continue to track along as we continue through the duration. Another 13 minutes with that warning unless it is allowed to be canceled early. We don't want to discount the warning. Take them seriously, please. Lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling is the place to be. Permanent structure, a mobile home's not a good place to be. Head to your tornado shelter in that event. Looks like the area between Holt and Gravity on Highway 148, you do see a little appendage there kind kind of hooking out just a little bit. That area pushing to the north and east is kind of that area we're going to be watching, that shearing, if you will. But there's nothing too bright here. And Joe, if you can, I want you to take the query tool and kind of sample these winds here around the Holt area. And I hazard we're going to be seeing something pretty low, probably in the 20s for miles per hour out of that. And yeah, the velocity is at 24 with a gate-to-gate shear of 16. So nothing to write home about. We're trending the right direction. Please continue to be in your safe spot and keep Local 5 on. We'll continue to walk through the duration of this warning, but I like the way things are going at this point. As it pertains to the overall line, once again, it's more localized to threats that we're seeing of wind and hail along it as it continues to punch its way eastward through time. Joe, what are you seeing for me?
Yeah, we've got just this. It's a very large line of just thunderstorms here, and this is beginning to approach the Des Moines metro, at least going to be approaching the west side here as we head into the next little bit. It's still going to take some time because the easterly movement of this line has not been very fast, but we do continue to expect a gradual increase in easterly speed of this whole area. And something else too, new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Des Moines. Let's get some of the details on that. Or I guess it would be just west of like where downtown is.
Yeah, getting into the west half of the metro.
Yeah, west half of the metro. You see Adair, Dallas, Madison, Polk County. This is going to be until 8 o'clock. This severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail potential, wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. And Chris, we continue to see the tornado possible tag there too. So that is all because with these lines of storms, you can get little isolated areas where things try to come together rotation-wise a little bit. In fact, Chris, just to kind of point to one specific area, not so much rotation, but maybe some strong wind gusts starting to move into Minburn and along Highway 169.
Yeah, in Dallas County, it's a signal of some stronger winds, something to keep an eye on. Again, pulses of stronger wind. We did get a report coming in from Dallas County from Emergency Management of some wind gusts coming through Perry at about 35 miles per hour and some pea-sized hail. So that's obviously sub-severe, but it does look like that signal for stronger wind, the velocity is 54 miles per hour. They're sampled a few thousand feet up, so some of that is likely coming to the ground. So watch out for this West Metro. It's more localized, I believe, as we look at the velocity signal here, but anywhere along this larger line that's stretching from northern Iowa down to the Missouri border, we will be tracking for some stronger winds. All right, let's take a look at this little appendage here by Adair into Madison County if we can. Joe, let's zoom in and look at the velocity signal on that. Looks like it might be a new cell pulsing up. Let's check out the velocity, please, and we'll get a look at what's happening within. So we're not seeing any big circulations at this point, but maybe a little bit of shearing back just to the south and west of Harrison. So an area to keep an eye on as we continue with time. Back to our tornado warn cell down into Taylor and also southern Adams County. Again, I think this continues to trend the right way. We're looking near Holt for that greatest area of concern. So still, we have that warning in place. We're going to ride through the duration of this one, another 8 minutes. I know so many of you want to watch the NFL draft, and we do have the video of that here, and we'll get you back to full screen audio once we see this tornado warning drop off the map. It's trending the same way. I do think if you're back west of Highway 148, that is going to be in good shape. Joe, did you just take the warnings off the map there?
I did, yes.
Okay. If we continue to trend the same way, that's going to be a good sign to everyone wanting to watch that draft off to the side. Joe?
Yeah, and so this, as Chris mentioned, 7:15 is when this warning will And that's what time it will continue through. So we'll continue to be with you through the duration of this, and to give you another look at the kind of broader view of everything that is going on right now. So if you're just tuning in with us here, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that does include the western half of the Des Moines metro, and a severe thunderstorm warning that is also in place for Ames, stretching all the way up to Iowa Falls in Hardin County. So this is a very large and a very long line of storms as far as how much it stretches from north to south, with just the one tornado warning, which is still in place until 7:15. Got about 5 minutes here left with this. Let's get another look at the velocity, just to make sure that nothing has become of concern again. So a couple of little spots where we see just a little bit of a surge, but this still is not a concerning trend. We've seen the trend of the strongest rotation come down over the past about 10-15 minutes or so, but certainly between or right around Mercer up to Prescott as well, across Highway 34. Some stronger, more localized, very strong stronger wind gusts likely happening within there.
Joe, let's go up to Perry. And this is going to be kind of the strongest area that we're seeing right now of some potential circulation trying to come around. So that would pin it into the northeastern part of Dallas County, northeast of Minburn. And we do have a report of wind, again, 35 miles per hour out of Perry. But right here is trying to kink around just a little bit here on the back side. So Joe, can we go to shear detection here? We'll just see what that's showing. That's the area we're watching, that brightest green, and then that red is actually moving outbound along Highway 141, and then the green is heading inbound to the Des Moines Metro. So not showing a lot as it builds in. There's that spot coming out of Minburn. I'd expect that next scan as it builds in and evolves to the north and east to be maybe a little bit stronger. So coming out of Minburn there is some cycling kind of coming around that we're going to continue to watch. All right, let's go back to the broader picture here, Joe, as this line continues to push closer to the Des Moines Metro. We'll get it in here. I think closer to 8 o'clock, and it's this little kink, that hook, if you will, just to the east of Gardner, south of Boughton, and pushing off to the north and east with time. So there's that little bit of a kink. We're seeing some shearing along it. We'll continue to track that. And that's why these severe thunderstorm warnings say tornado possible along with it. So just some of these little spin-ups trying to get going. The severe thunderstorm warning encompassing western part of the metro. Localized strong wind gusts along it and some hail that will track. But again, I think the trade-off here is that hail is going by the wayside. This looks menacing west of Winterset, but what we're seeing here is new storms form, and they're being drawn in, not seen as huge of a wind signature associated with any circulation with that. Of course, it looks rather gnarly, menacing as it sits on the reflectivity. We'll no doubt continue to track that. Back down to the south and west into Taylor County, and pushing off to the east into Ringgold County now with a new severe thunderstorm warning, and we're watching that area just to the west of Lenox. There's that little bit of a kink there, Joe.
Yeah, let's get a look at the latest velocity scan there to just kind of double check that spot where there is a little bit of that kink. So nothing that is, as Chris has mentioned, bright and tight. Now there are a couple of little areas that show up just a little bit brighter, like this area that is right by Mercer here, with a velocity of 35 miles per hour, gate to gate shear, where those red and greens come right together, 22 miles per hour. So nothing that is overly strong or overly concerning right now, but still an area to continue to monitor, along with kind of multiple different spots along this entire line where, we can notice a little bit of rotation trying to kind of show up, and then it pulses back down, goes away for a little bit. Another area that we've been keeping a close check on is this area right near Minburn, and starting to approach 141 to the north and west of Granger along Highway 141. Another spot where we maybe have some strong winds that could be getting all the way down to the surface. Not a guarantee, but some strong gusty winds certainly possible with that, and that is one of the stronger wind signatures that we can see. And also this area between Harrison and Winterset is also picking up on some strong wind gusts that are the radar beam at that area shooting a little bit higher up into the storm, but still showing signs of some stronger wind gusts, which is kind of the primary threat at this point in time, along with a isolated brief spin up tornado that can't be ruled out, especially given how things have played out to this point.
All right, Joe, wide look here at the reflectivity, and we'll kind of put a little bow on this. It doesn't look like this one is being reissued. In fact, we just saw it drop off the map. Widespread line of storms. Within this embedded, there are some pockets of stronger wind. We're watching that area towards Woodward, the Granger area as well. Looks like a little bit of a signal of some stronger wind at this point, so there are some pulses within this line as it pushes off to the east. If you'd like to continue the coverage with us, we're going to keep it right here now that we have a new tornado warning that is pulsed up. All right, let's zoom in on that and get the details. We're going to keep it right here for you. This tornado warning is in place. That's going to be for Dallas and also Polk, Story, and Boone counties until 8 p.m. You can very clearly see that hook that is in place here. So we're going to keep things going for the duration of this warning as well. It is a radar indicated warning. A little bit of a closer look in here, Joe. Just to the east of Woodward is where I'm seeing the greatest indication that there's some rotation right here. Go ahead and pause it right there. And then there's also a little bit of some peaking of the green just to the north and west of Gibbsville, I believe that is. But southeast of Woodward, this one is moving to the north and east. Let's go ahead and widen out the view a little bit, Joe, and put a track on this for you. The direction that this tornado is going to be moving. And the speed of which we've been seeing out of this sector of the line is about 35 miles per hour or so. And this is moving to the north and east. So heads up if you're going to be closer to Madrid, Sheldall, and Kelly, to the south of the Ames area. And if you're watching in the metro, I believe I just heard the sirens. Did you just hear that, Joe? And that is, it's kind of everyone gets it if it includes any part of the metro counties. So the threat is definitely north and west of the metro towards Woodward and Granger. For that tornado. So in case you're hearing the siren sounding in the Des Moines Metro, the threat is north of you. Here's those estimated times of arrival, and we're going to put it 7:22 near Madrid. Seek shelter, please, for this radar indicated tornado coming in. 7:34 in Slater, Huxley will be near you by 7:41. Cambridge as it moves beyond the scope of the warned area by 7:47, and then Nevada closer to the top of the next hour. So that shearing, it's hooking around and showing some signs of life just to the south and east of Woodward. That's a pretty large hook coming around. So heads up in Madrid, please seek shelter here. We look towards Kelly as well in Story County. We'll continue to watch that. Sheldall, you're going to be in line here as well, but definitely riding, I'd say, the northern half of this warning, Joe, is where that concern is. And this is kind of the best signature we've seen all night, at least across the Local 5 area.
Yeah, no, it for sure is. And in fact, with the latest scan,
Let's go down to Madison County as well, as we now have a tornado warning there as well. So you start pulling this in anywhere close to the metro, those sirens are going to sound. That's tornado warning is in place until 8 o'clock as well. North side of Winterset, the northern part of Madison County, please seek shelter there. Does clip southeastern Dallas, northwestern Warren County with this. This is that merger of that incoming cell kind of billowing up. So Joe, let's go to the velocity picture, take a look at this, where that threat is, and then from that we're going to draw that track on where we're watching. So green right here is heading towards the radar site to the north and east. There's that threat, and you notice how it's kind of peaking right next to each other. I believe this just came in the last scan because I checked it about 5 minutes ago. It looked okay, so that threat definitely building up northwest of Winterset, northern part of Madison County. If you're north of town a couple of miles along Highway 169, that's where that threat is going to be. Maybe south of the DeSoto area, but heads up if you're further down the line towards Cumming. This will be in your area by about 7:52, Norwalk by 7:58 if it continues to hold outside of the warned area. All right, Joe, let's widen up the view a little bit and take a look at what we have here on the radar picture overall across the area.
Yeah, this is all a part of a larger line here that has continued at different points to show these kinks and show this sign of rotation here. And you see that we've got a good portion of the Local 5 area that is under some sort of severe thunderstorm warning, with the 2 tornado warnings, with one of those tornado warnings being just to the northwest, at least the area of rotation of Des Moines proper. And this is continuing to be an area of concern. You can see very clearly this area where we've got a little bit of a hook kind of going on just south of Madrid. So continue to seek shelter if you are anywhere within this red polygon. Make sure you're going to an interior room of your home. Have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you do have a basement, that is going to be a great place for you to go to seek shelter. So continuing, Chris, to see that area of rotation in a very similar spot. So it's a couple of scans now. It's continued to present itself in a very similar fashion.
Sure, and the latest scan yet to get to us, but just saw the next one incoming near Madrid. That is where the concern is right now. This one crosses up into Boone County, and it's continuing to push to the north and east with time. We are seeing that signature that is there. Joe, humor me and just let's go to the debris detection and take a look and see if anything is showing up there. But this is a good shearing effect happening right now. I'm not seeing anything too concerning as far as any debris being lofted up. If it was, it would be climbing or dropping into this legend, into the blue shading, kind of in that vicinity that we're tracking of that couplet, and that's just not what I'm seeing at the moment. So let's go back to the velocity picture, and you can see on shear detection, that is where that area of rotation is. And it really built up in a hurry too, getting up to this strong status. So 2 areas of rotation we're tracking right now, sirens sounding in the Des Moines metro, but the threat's more so on the fringe. We're looking extreme northern Dallas County and then down into Madison County as well. So watching there on the edge, looking northwest of Winterset, that is where that rotation is. Do we have that latest scan in here, Joe, or are we still kind of waiting on things?
Still, at least on this, we're still waiting on the scan.
Okay, so that next little area is closer to Highway 169 now and pushing to the north and to the east. This signature is tighter. I would say with a brief little pulse upward. So let's go back up to the north, as it looks like we have now another tornado warning in place. Just to the north, 2 areas that we are tracking. Both are radar indicated. And it's going to be another small little pulse here, Joe. I want you to go to the velocity picture, and I'll kind of highlight it here. It's not a huge couplet, but there is a little bit of one there. So we're looking to the south of DeSoto, and I believe we're still waiting on that next scan. It's going to be close to Highway 169, just south of DeSoto, and also pushing off to the north and to the east. All right, so now there's 3 areas of circulation, all radar indicated. Let's widen out the view, Joe, and show these tornado warnings, because I want to emphasize everyone needs to be seeking shelter. Lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling. Permanent structure is going to be the safest. I believe we're looking at the greatest likelihood of seeing a tornado dropping down out of this northern warning here that encompasses Boone, Story, northern Polk, and extreme northeastern Dallas County at the moment, but a couple of additional circulations along this line down into Madison and southern Dallas County. So a longer line of storms, we're looking for these areas to wrap around, and that is what is indicating the tornado threat when we start to see those little appendages and the hooks come around. All right, let's go to that velocity signal. We have that latest data coming in. Right where that kink is in the green, southeast of Madrid, is where that concern is for a tornado. Let's move things just a little bit further to the south, Joe, and get down towards DeSoto. All right, so there is that update. Of course, it's right under the shield, but that's a little bit tighter. Right there, right along Highway 169. This was as of a couple of minutes ago, so this one continues to translate to the north and east. Booth, is there any possible way we can take West Des Moines SkyTracker 5 at this point in our current configuration? Just give me a yes or no in my ear. If we can, we'll go ahead and take a look at it and see if we can see anything lowering down to the ground. But there's that one area of concern. Let's go further down south, Joe, and we'll look there closer to Winterset, I believe. Just say that again. Okay, let's go ahead and take it and look out in the distance. Looks like we have a raindrop on the lens that is kind of obscuring things a little bit, but we're looking towards that direction off into the distance towards both of these warnings. What I'm going to do is actually zoom in just a little bit, and we'll see if we can see anything coming into view out there. And at this point, I'm not. There is an awful lot of rain out there in the distance, but a couple of areas of rotation just south and west of town that we do need to keep an eye on. I'll pulse this back to the right just a little bit and see if anything shows up. Get some movement on it. Rain just starting to get into the Des Moines metro. That greatest severe risk is more so as far as the tornadic risk on the northwestern edge of the Des Moines metro, and then off to the south and east. Of course, we're tracking them all with you, watching that lightning, trying to illuminate the background. I don't see anything hanging down or anything like that at this point, but we'll continue to track this for me in the booth. If you just want to keep that up and let me know if you see anything of substance, that'd be great. Let's go back up towards Madrid and take a look at that severe thunderstorm that is producing that tornado risk. This tornado warning in place till 8 o'clock. It does officially include Ames, Kelly, Sheldall, and Huxley. Right here in the kink, just east of Madrid on Highway 210 is where we're watching for that threat. It was a little bit more pronounced a few scans ago, but it's still a lot of stronger winds being registered within there. That's meteorologist Joe Farrell drawing out the line of who's next to see it. So keeping those times in line more or less with the last ones we showed you, getting it closer to Huxley by 7:43, Slater area 7:35, Cambridge by 7:49, Maxwell outside of the warned area at 8 o'clock. So there's likely some stronger wind in there too. That's been the brightest of the green. We've been watching this, if you've been watching our coverage here for this evening, as that slid across Dallas County and now making its way eastward. Joe, let's go back down south, and just so we can keep our bases covered on this and the way things look. I think the greatest risks right now, all right, this is still kind of the same view that we've been watching. There's 2 areas of interest, and we're looking just south of DeSoto on Highway 169. That's going to be translating its way north and east, so trekking towards Van Meter and Boonville. You need to be in your safe places, please. And then it does start to get into the West Des Moines area with this tighter area of circulation. Joe, let's go ahead and sample that green right there and just see how strong that wind actually is in this scan. I do think it's going to pulse up a little bit, and what is concerning is it's close together. The gate-to-gate shear, it's not so much the velocity at 17 miles per hour that's concerning, but the other bin directly across from it, well, it's making that difference to add up to 45 miles per hour right next to each other. Now, that's not jumping off the page as far as strength, but it is right next to each other. We're looking for bright and tight, and that's exactly what we are seeing. So heads up Van Meter, Boonville, off into West Des Moines. Let's go further south towards Winterset, and we have that other area of circulation just north and east of Winterset, and this is pushing to the north and east. So that's getting through some pretty rural territory, not a lot of communities through there on County Road, the Cumming Avenue that makes its way up from Winterset all the way up to Cumming, but that would be the area to watch there. G4R, I believe, is the county highway, Cumming Road, as it zigzags its way up to the north and to the east. But that circulation there, we're spinning, I'd say again, another 40, 50 miles per hour, but this time over a distance of about 2 miles. We're waiting that next little scan coming in. Joe, go ahead and talk me through what's going on back up north towards Madrid.
Yeah, let's get another look at that area of rotation. Still waiting on the next scan of data here. Let's see if we do have an updated look at the reflectivity. So maybe not, I mean, the little bit of a hook is still kind of showing up. This is, of course, very close to the radar site at the National Weather Service Des Moines office in Johnston. So sometimes the radar view can get a little murky, getting a little bit close to the radar site there, but likely going to see this area of rotation. This is a few minutes delayed, but this is just to the east of Madrid. And we are going to continue to monitor these multiple tornado warnings and, you know, everything that's all this action that's going on.
All right, let's go ahead and take my feed from the vMix if we can in the booth, and we'll go full screen with the West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5, and we'll take a look at what's happening out there in West Des Moines. This is watching that area incoming from the west side. So we're watching the storm coming in, or not seeing anything hanging down, but some of those scans have been showing something a little bit tighter in that vicinity down closer to the Winterset area. The latest set of scans for both a lot more promising. So as I come back over here to the velocity side of, the radar side of things, I'll go ahead and drop in that velocity. Both of these couplets, the southern ones, are definitely less pronounced at this point. One area to watch right here, extreme southeastern Dallas County, southeast of DeSoto. And then as we back things up, the shearing action north of Patterson is what we're watching, but this is no longer exhibiting that couplet formation that we're typically looking with. The warnings are still in place until 7:45. Take them seriously, please. We'll continue to come back up here right near the Sheldal area. That's where we're concerned, up into Story, Story, Polk, and Boone counties. That's where we're seeing the strongest signal right now, basically riding pretty much straight east towards Slater. Be in your safe place, please. Huxley, Cambridge, and then on down the line towards Maxwell. That's where we're tracking things. Joe?
Yeah, continuing to keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat room to see if they have got anything to report. Does look as though there was a thunderstorm wind gust reported by the public at 65 miles per hour, and that was near Madison County, excuse me. That was near Winterset. So just a report that we saw there. but let's continue to give you updates on the tornado warned cells or the tornado warned areas. So you see where the radar site is there, on the kind of the north side of Johnston and almost into Polk City there. So getting close to the radar, things can start to look just a little weird. And I think that area of rotation, Sheldall, still got that little area there near Sheldall. So if you are in hopefully, if you're in Sheldall, you're already in your tornado safe spot. Slater, Huxley, Cambridge, start thinking about heading to your tornado safe spot. Basement, interior room of your home are going to be the best places for you to go. Just want to also keep an eye on the 2 other tornado warnings that we do have here, and still seeing a couple of pockets of rotation, but it is not quite as tight as what we have seen in the past 15 minutes or so. The trend is a little bit downward as far as how strong that rotation is with the 2 southerly tornado warnings, but it is still a situation that we want you to take it seriously, seek shelter, and be safe.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. And as soon as these tornado threats go away, we'll get you to that NFL draft, but your safety is our priority, and we're tracking a few areas of rotation and some shearing, so that's the opposing winds right next to each other. Over Madison County, though, the specific couplets that we've been tracking are not near as pronounced right now. I will say closer to Boonville, there is a little bit of one right here riding right along the county line. The scan now just a little bit dated. Let me look just off screen here and see. And yeah, trending the right way with the next scan that will come into our radar site. And then we're up here right next to Sheldall and the Slater area, and that one as well. This is now gone confirmed, I believe. Yeah, law enforcement has confirmed a tornado now with this northern cell. So we'll continue to track that for you as it moves through. So this is the real deal, folks. Near Slater, Huxley, Sheldall, please continue to seek shelter there. Briefly, I'm going to go over to West Des Moines, and I don't see anything hanging down there. We'll go to our finance cam, and I'm going to shift this one northwards. We do have some obstruction anywhere west of north, but I do want to look as far north as I can and see if we see anything dropping on down. So we're looking north. You can definitely see a well-pronounced shelf cloud showing up on the screen as it enters the picture from left to right. And yeah, we do have the building there just a little bit. Trying to see if we can see anything hanging down as I'm motioning the camera here right now. Looking off to the north, we'll go ahead and keep it right on that and see if things can come into focus just a little bit. I don't think we're going to have the best chance to see anything out of this, but we are looking off that direction. And while it is a little bit blurry, I don't quite see anything coming to fruition there. So we'll come back to the radar. But this is confirmed now from law enforcement, and this tornado warning continues until 8 o'clock. Now observed here, Joe.
Yeah, and so this is a situation where this tornado may be and likely is rain wrapped. So don't try to go out and take a look for it if you are anywhere within this tornado warning here, because you're not going to be able to see it. It is likely rain wrapped, but we are going to continue to monitor this, of course, with you. I want to check see if there's anything showing up as far as any sort of debris here.
Yeah, that's a good call, Joe.
Not seeing anything definitive. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't anything that is on the ground, because this was reported and confirmed that tornado is on the ground. So let's get a look at the velocity here. Do want to, even though this scan might be just slightly delayed, still want to put a track on this and give you all an idea of who is going to be next in line for this. Again, this is a confirmed by law enforcement tornado on the ground as this storm continues to move to a little bit to the east and northeast. So here are some of those locations next in line. Huxley, be in your tornado safe spot right now. This storm is starting to get very, very close to the town of Huxley and where this potential tornado could still be on the ground and still be going. Cambridge by 7:50, Maxwell 8:02, Colo by 8:17 and 8:30 into State Center. And just to put or give another reminder to you, this is a tornado confirmed. Tornado warning remains in place until 8 o'clock, and that tornado report was between Huxley and Slater is where that report came in, is where it first touched down.
Okay, Joe, I want to take you down just to the southwest side of the metro. Still 2 tornado warnings there. We're going to be watching a couple of areas. Say one we're tracking near Waukee at this juncture. I will go ahead and take our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 here. Getting awfully dark. The sirens are sounding. I'm going to pulse things over to the right-hand side just a little bit, if we can get that to move. And we're going to be looking for anything hanging down. I just don't see it at this point. I'm going to continue to pull the camera to the north, though it is going to look through kind of the obstructions of the water tower. So if there's something in here, perhaps it's rain wrapped. Moving to the north and east, south side of Waukee. And then there's a secondary area of interest down south and west of Cumming as well. I'll briefly come back over to my radar picture just so I can show that to you. This would be the area southwest of Cumming, that area left over from the circulation. It's not the most robust overall in the end, but that would be the area of circulation that prompted the tornado warning. I'll go ahead and go back to our Sky Tracker 5 in West Des Moines. New large-scale tornado warning for the Des Moines Metro. This would encompass both of those circulations. Please seek shelter, low-level interior room of your dwelling. So permanent structure, please take this warning seriously. All of the Des Moines Metro now in this radar-indicated tornado warning. Next scan coming in on the west side of the metro, closer to Waukee, does show a little bit of that shearing action right here. So we're getting kind of in the southeastern edge of Waukee. Please be in your shelter. I'll go ahead and cycle over to our camera to see if we can see anything hanging down, any power flashes, anything like that. Seeing a lot of lightning illumination as we look just to the north and west of the station here in West Des Moines. As far as station personnel, I think we're okay at this point with both of these circulations. You can go ahead and stay in your places, but if that changes, I'll definitely call that out for you and let you know. Our station located very close to the West Mixmaster there. Looks like 2 areas of circulation in the south. Okay, so this new tornado warning lasts until 8:30. We're up here to this confirmed tornado. Let's talk a little bit about this. We haven't mentioned that in a while. The area of rotation basically right over Huxley right now, moving its way eastward towards I-35 and the Cambridge area. Joe?
Yeah, still taking a check of the debris to see if there's anything that is showing up debris-wise. And over the past couple of scans, not seeing anything that is of major concern on the any sort of debris signature at this moment in time, but that does not mean that there isn't still potentially a tornado on the ground. Haven't seen any as far as the very latest in terms of reports, but just to give you all an overview again, we do still have the 2 separate tornado warnings that are now and farther to the northeast, including pretty much the entire Des Moines Metro, Dallas, Madison, Polk, and Warren counties. This tornado warning will remain until 8:30. So if you are anywhere in the Des Moines Metro, do make sure that you are seeking shelter. Get to interior room of your home, get to the basement, and we will continue to keep you updated on everything that we are seeing, but just make sure that you are seeking shelter and being safe. Take your family down there with you too. Wherever that is in your place of where you live. Again, basement, interior room of your home, going to be the 2 best areas for you to go in a situation like this. Taking a check, again, the only little bit of silver lining here, Chris, that I'm seeing is the just a slight trend downward in the rotation on the north side and just north of the Des Moines Metro up near Huxley. Not as strong of a velocity signature there, but still enough that wants you to stay in shelter and stay in your tornado safe spot. Let this storm pass completely because it does have history of producing a tornado, if not one still on the ground right now.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. We've been pulsing through our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 periodically, just keeping an eye on things. Nothing super obvious with that, as we do have 2 circulations that we are monitoring as it pulls into town. I will make mention here as we take a look here at my radar picture. There is some shearing on down the line just west of I-35, but the areas of circulation to watch, getting into Southwest Metro, northwest of Cumming, and then the southeastern side of Waukee. Perhaps there's a little bit trying to happen there back to the south and west of Cumming as well. Some areas we will watch, it's these weak echo regions. We see one right there, and then there's been another kind of in this area, and then also in that southern edge. So anyone in the red shading, go ahead and stay in your safe place, please. Norwalk included on that, Des Moines up through Johnston, Ankeny, Altoona, Carlisle is in. So we're seeing that little bit of a hook down towards Norwalk, and one moving up north of Hickman in the Urbandale area. So Urbandale, seek shelter, please, at this point. Waiting for, here's the latest scan coming through right now. Arilla, Commerce area, West Des Moines. Heads up there, please. And then we also have some shearing on down the line. So into that red tornado warning that we were showing you, I'll go ahead and pull it back in on the screen. There's just multiple little areas we are tracking of tornadic circulations. In the station, we are clear here of the threat. Let's go back up to the north here. Joe, have you heard anything new as far as reports coming in?
So the only thing that we got in, one of our digital guys, Caleb, got an email back from Audubon County, and there was a brief tornado touchdown that was from action that was going on a little bit earlier this evening. As far as anything recent, Chris, nothing recently besides P-hail in Waukee. And they are also going to, and they just issued a new tornado warning downstream from the confirmed tornado warning. So this is just a regular tornado warning now, not anything confirmed on the ground. Still at, or at least right at this very moment. But if you are anywhere within this shaded circle, which is a little bit farther to the east and northeast of where this storm did produce a tornado, this tornado warning, this new one, is until 8:30 for Marshall, Polk, and Story counties. So the area of rotation going to pass very close if you are in Nevada. Do seek shelter right now and get to your tornado safe spot. There is still a kink showing up here. You see that a little bit to the east of Huxley. So we're continuing to watch this particular area of this storm as it moves to the north and the east. So again, new tornado warning that is issued downstream from the storm that did and does have history of producing a tornado, and Marshall, Polk, and Story counties until 8:30 is the new tornado warning that just came in a few minutes ago, Chris.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to come over to our downtown Sky Tracker 5 once again, and we look off to the north into the vicinity of that previously confirmed tornado in a brief reported touchdown there. We've now gone back to radar indicated. Very clear shelf cloud coming in. I will say at the studio here we have registered no significant wind and no hail incoming at this juncture, but certainly some heavy rain on the west side near the West Mixmaster. But we are tracking 2 tornado warned cells right now, actually kind of 3 areas of circulation. Let's go ahead and come back and take a look at my radar here. West Des Moines, just to the north and east of the Highway 5, I-35 intersection where it says Commerce there. That is the area of concern that we have. 1 area of rotation pushing off to the north and east with time. There is some stronger outbound winds with that. And then just to the south and west of Norwalk, there's some shearing ongoing through here as well that we want to pay close attention to. That previously a couplet as that one was back into Madison County. So if you are into Dallas or Madison County, you can come out of your safe place anywhere I-35, I-80 points eastward. You need to continue to stay in your safe places up through Grimes and then Ankeny, and we're going to continue to track this threat as it does move through. So we've reverted back to the red warnings here on the velocity signal. And that basically means we're back to radar indicated status. We've seen a little bit try to jump down on us periodically, and we've seen that now over the western, southwestern quarter of the state, especially at this point. All right, new scan coming in here. Or Joe, do you have something you need to show us at this point?
No, not
okay.
Not so much. Just continuing to check the debris detection to make sure that
sure
nothing's showing up.
All right, I'll come back to me. The next scan I'm looking at just off screen coming in, and we'll get to that soon. There is an area still over West Des Moines that I will be watching for you. There's some strong shearing happening right about 1st and 63rd, so where we cross from West Des Moines into Des Moines. That is the area I am concerned with. This is West Des Moines, Sky Tracker 5 at this point. Some heavy rain, a little bit of some gusty winds, but that is sub-severe wind at this point. I will say as we get the new scan in here, that threat is going to be south of 235 and right about Highway 28, so that's 63rd and 1st Avenue, depends if you're in West Des Moines or Des Moines. So we're watching up there closer to Grand is where that threat would be, and a little bit further south towards Railroad as that next piece of data comes in. Further south on that next scan that will come in, south and west of Norwalk, just some shearing. I'm not seeing anything obvious as it pertains to the reflectivity as well. Our circulation over southern Story County, this is still fairly broad, but it is there as it does now move just to the north and west of Maxwell. So right where it says Robinson Whitaker Acres, the next scan will show this area of rotation a little bit closer to you. All radar indicated tornado circulations at this point, notably weaker than it was when we had that confirmed tornado earlier, but still that's that area of interest, and you notice it has that well-defined hook. So if you're in Maxwell up through not State Center, Iowa Center, please continue to seek shelter there. and closer to Colo and Collins, eventually into State Center and the Melbourne area as well. We're watching the storm as it heads your way. Looks like we got that next piece of data. Then, Joe, I'll send it over to you. Actually, I'll come to you right now as we're still kind of waiting on that velocity scene.
Yeah, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is another situation where the National Weather Service does have of course, the tornado possible tag on this one, which does stretch now farther to the east of Des Moines. It's this yellow warn box right here. This is the newer severe thunderstorm warning, but of course, all focus remains on the tornado warnings that we do still have. And as we continue to get more of the velocity data, more of that in, still a situation. This is a couple of minutes delayed here, but we're still watching this area of rotation. New scan coming in, so still showing up, and still an area that wants you to stay in your shelter north of Maxwell. We're seeing just a little bit. It's not as strong as it once was, but still enough that stay in your tornado safe space if you're in Maxwell. Colo, this is going to pass just to your south, and we are still with this latest scan. It's still there, Chris. It's just not quite as strong or as tight as what we had a little bit ago when that tornado was confirmed on the ground, but that doesn't mean that this can't strengthen right back up and produce another one. These things are happening very quickly as these storms continue moving east.
Circulation happening right over Des Moines, the West Des Moines crossover into Des Moines. We're approaching the I-235 area along Grand Avenue and headed towards the Fleur area. It'd be right here in this little bit of a kink that we'd be watching for the greatest area of concern. Right now, the way I'm seeing it is some shearing, but that's the area that we would watch for that to maybe spin up. Any threat on down the line, a little bit further to south in Warren County, some shearing just east of Martinsdale. Norwalk, I think you're good. Perhaps some gusty wind coming in at this point. And staying active here as we cut across the Des Moines metro. Not seeing those huge bright white couplets, the kissing areas on the velocity signal at this point. But as I show you the shear detection, it's certainly picking up on that wind that's been crossing each other's paths in opposite directions. I'm going to go ahead. I'm sorry, Joe, didn't mean to pop you up. We'll take our Sky Tracker 5 in downtown.
Gosh, look at the structure.
Yeah, that shelf cloud is moving from left to right as we look at this picture. I'm going to actually point this to the south. It'll be an abrupt shift for you, but we'll take a look to the south with that line incoming. And you definitely see the lowering finger-like scud. That is just going to be some convective clouds building up into the storm. And as I see it right now, is Joe and myself both looking at this very closely and analyzing. I'm not seeing rotation in on that leading edge or anything, but that area of shearing is passing over right now, and that's what we're going to be watching with why this is tornado warned at this point. So it can drop something down very quickly, and sometimes even no notice in these little spin-up cases at this point. So one confirmed tornado further to the north previously, closer to Slater, just to the north and east, where they had several reports from local fire department and spotters out with a tornado on the ground. That has since lifted, but we're going to continue to watch this as it pushes through. So this is looking south from the finance building in downtown Des Moines at this point. Joe, anything you have to add after looking at any radar?
Nothing new to add, but I do just want to quickly mention that we want you to stay in your tornado safe spot if you are within these tornado warnings until the storm fully passes, because the rotation, the brief isolated tornadoes that can be produced can happen very quickly and we don't want you coming out of your safe space too early before the storm completely passes through, just because things can happen fast.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Just trying to wait for this to pop into view, see if we have any significant lowering before the rain hits. I don't want to miss it, because once the rain hits hard in downtown, it's going to take over. These storms continue to move to the east. There's sections of them moving to the north and east with time, and they are currently moving right now at about 35 miles per hour. So this is located right over downtown Des Moines at this point, moving to the east and north and east. So heads up out towards the fairgrounds area, and eventually out towards Altoona and Colfax. Mitchellville would be next in line to see this. This is radar indicated tornado warning. I'm not seeing any funnel dropping down at this point, Joe, on this particular image. And this would be kind of looking right into the area where it's incoming into the Des Moines downtown area right now.
Yeah, and the little bit of, kind of like fingerling type clouds that look like some sort of lowering, that's just scud, and scud clouds always make it look a little bit more menacing and a little bit closer to what you would think of as a lowering wall cloud, or even a funnel, but a lot of times it is just scud, and that's kind of what we're seeing with that one here too, as just some scud clouds. So if you are well out ahead of this line of storms, continue to be in your tornado safe spot. The areas of rotation, as well as the tornado that was produced by the storm that is northeast of the metro now. It did all happen very, very quickly. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and I'm really watching this camera closely, just to because, like you said, Chris, we don't want to miss anything on this, because if there is something there, we want to be able to have eyes on it.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And we have that area of circulation kind of over downtown Des Moines right now. And estimated times of arrival, we're in Des Moines at this point, as we're now at 8 o'clock. But Pleasant Hill, this will be near you by 8:09. You'll see a well-pronounced shelf cloud. And we're watching for that little appendage to hang down that is rotating. That's the concern. This will be near Altoona at 8:15, Colfax by 8:35, as it does move outside of the scope of the tornado warning at this point. Up into southeastern Story County, we'll just check out the latest velocity signatures here. And still north of Maxwell, we're hinting at a broad and generally weak area of rotation. This is up closer to the Iowa Center area. Right now passing almost directly overhead. So green is heading out towards the radar site in Johnston, and red is headed away. That broad rotation happening over about 3 miles. None too strong at this point, as we're getting velocity readings up 25, 13 miles per hour, and looking at a 40 mile per hour rotational couplet there over the span of about 3 miles. New scan coming in as this one pushes closer to the Iowa State Fairgrounds. That shearing action as it pushes east of 14th Street and out along University Avenue. So that's the area. If something is going to pop down, I don't believe we currently have anything based on the pictures that we've been seeing from our Sky Tracker 5. I'm actually going to go ahead and point that back to the east now to look. We haven't seen anything really popping down out to the ground. So we'll go ahead and go back to the east. This will be an abrupt movement on it, and taking a look at that. Yeah, tough to see, especially with the raindrops coming in, but you can see that shelf cloud departing downtown. Possibly some 60 mile per hour winds as this storm pushes through too. That's also an additional threat that we're watching as things evolve. Less of a hail risk, more of a wind risk, and we've been kind of preaching that all day long. There's going to be a trade-off, a gradual trade-off, and I do believe that has transpired. If there's any hail, it's now small in nature, and probably smaller than what's officially in the warning based on what I've seen on the radar picture. Still carrying 2 tornado warnings. Southern one over the Des Moines Metro until 8:30 at this point. That area of circulation pushing out to the east side of Des Moines. Northern warning over Marshall and Story County radar indicated until 8:30 as well at this point. Within this entire line, there are going to be some pockets of stronger wind. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a lot of the stations pop up on the screen that are showing some of the wind gusts popping in, and we have a lot of them. So at Des Moines International, 59 miles per hour. That's what we observed. 44 in DeSoto as I back things up as this line was pushing through. Looks like Grimes to 31, Ankeny and 29. And I'll say here on the west side, we did not have significant wind at the station here. So more localized pockets of stronger wind within this line. That's going to continue to be the threat as it pushes east beyond the scope of our tornado warnings that we do have. We'll come back to the radar here in just a second. Just want to look at the underside of this cloud. Some a little bit turbulent actions. It's tough to see in contrast, but no doubt you saw a couple of these little nuggets nosing down out of the bottom. Now, one of those there was almost center of the screen and has since risen back up, but that's kind of the things we're looking at. Real quickly, it can pulse down and then go right back up. All right. Carrying on here, I know so many of you probably want to watch that NFL draft, but your safety is no doubt the most important to us. And we want you to be safe. It does look like a bit of a convergence signal here. Highway 65, 69 as you move towards the Scotch Ridge turnoff. Right where 65, 69 meets Highway 5, that's a signal for an updraft. We'd be watching there for maybe something to shear and come around. That shearing action on the east side continuing to push to the east at this juncture. Still have the same piece of data off my screen, just off to the side. And Joe, I don't really like what's happening as far. It's a good thing.
Right.
I don't like the way things look as far as a tornado standpoint up here into Story County. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well, and again, good things, and not seeing the concern for any sort of tight rotation. Just some of the reports coming in, lot of reports of around pea-sized hail coming in across all different parts of the Des Moines Metro. So if you are to the east of the Des Moines Metro, this is something that is coming your direction. Want to take it back to radar. We continue to have both of these tornado warnings, and let's just get you updated with the info on these. This one that is in Marshall and Story County, the northern tornado warning. This will remain until 8:30, and then the southern one that does still include the just pretty much encompassing the entire Des Moines area. Outside of West Des Moines, it's been trimmed on the backside a bit until 8:30. This tornado warning does remain in effect. So, if you're within either one of these tornado warnings, just remain in shelter, remain in your tornado safe spot. Just wait for these storms to really give a full pass. The quick isolated tornado, the rotation, all of that can happen very, very fast. And just as quickly as these storms can drop a tornado, it can also go right back up. So continuing to watch that, and gosh, that line it really has a menacing look to it, doesn't it?
It does, Joe, and there's still some pretty big shearing action going on as this one exits Des Moines, moves out towards Pleasant Hill, and you do see some appendages hanging down a little bit lower at that. So we're going to continue to watch everything closely. You do see those turbulent undersides, and the concern would be something dropping down in a conical type of a shape. And And that would be the concern there as it moves off and to the east. So we'll come back over to my radar site here, pushing off towards Pleasant Hill. We're due for a new radar scan here. The one we have is currently 7 minutes old. I see the new one just off screen, and it is right along University as it pushes out into Pleasant Hill towards the Copper Creek area. That's where the big time shearing is occurring, and probably associated with those clouds hanging down just a little bit more that we saw back on Sky Tracker 5. And just like that, it's more of a flat nature at this point. So we'll continue to track it, of course, but it's now moving out the concern towards Pleasant Hill and Altoona at this point.
And Chris, just a quick mention here. Do want to let you know that storm spotters that are in Ringgold County, right near Diagonal, they reported very strong rotation, or at least quickly moving rotation. It was about 10 minutes ago. So. Continuing, I was looking at the velocity just in case we were seeing something that was concerning. If you are down in Ringgold County, this is it's a little bit jumbled right now, but something that we may continue to need to monitor, and is a good reminder that even outside of where the strongest activity is going on, which is right around the Des Moines metro and the Des Moines area currently, that there are still multiple spots along this whole line that can still briefly produce some of that rotation and potentially trigger another tornado warning by the National Weather Service. So all things for us to continue to monitor and continue to watch, but the tornado warning does remain until 8:30. That does include Norwalk, Des Moines, Ankeny, and up into over to Bondurant, Altoona included in this as well. So remain in your tornado safe spot. No tornado on the ground or anything significant in that regard reported from either of these tornado warned areas over the last 5-10 minutes. Chris, that is good news. That's what we like to see, but we have seen that conditions change quickly.
They sure can. This tornado warning over Story and Marshall County has been canceled. That will be dropping off the radar picture. Still continuing, I believe, into Polk County. The threat is now out of Warren County. Let me just get a look at the details. Okay, this tornado warning for Madison and Dallas is canceled. Let's see if I read that correctly. Tornado warning for North Central Polk County is canceled. That was as of 8:02. Okay, so that northern one is now done. We're still focusing in over most of Polk County proper here for that circulation out over Pleasant Hill. I'll go ahead and go to the velocity signal. The shearing action that I'm most concerned with is now approaching Highway 65 on University. So it'd be right here, right on University there, as you look towards the Hy-Vee area and continuing to progress to the east. We've been watching our Sky Tracker 5 just off scene here, starting to get too deep into the rain now from downtown to see this. So that threat, that shearing action is what we're going to be watching. Joe, did I read that warning correctly up over Story and Marshall County? Can you double check me on that? I don't want to give a false sense of security if I'm wrong there, but just to quickly check, there's not a lot happening with any circulations noted here. If we're watching, it's by State Center, and it appears to be very weak, though some very minor rotation being noted right there as it crosses into Marshall County.
Yeah, I do believe you were correct.
Okay. So a couple of areas to watch, then over Pleasant Hill and Altoona. Do I hear sirens again? I think I do.
Yep.
Even if you're,
I was just about to say that.
if you're hearing them in West Metro, this is kind of a scenario where all the sirens sound in the Metro. I'm here to tell you, anyone in downtown Des Moines proper points west. So if you're in Norwalk and West Des Moines, Waukee, Grimes, if you're hearing the sirens, you can come out of your safe place. This is going to be intended for the East Metro, southeastern Polk County. That's where I'm seeing the greatest risk in that shearing happening. That is over Pleasant Hill. That looks to be the most impressive to me at this moment. Kind of that easternmost dot on shear detection is the area I'm watching, Joe.
Yeah, and real quickly, the Des Moines International Airport did record a wind gust of 59 miles per hour as this, this line kind of moved in. So, tornado warning still in place here until 8:30. We still got about 15 minutes, but the most concerning area is still this spot just to the north of where you see Pleasant Hill here. So it is right in this area, right along Iowa Highway 163 here. This is continuing to move off to the northeast. In fact, just given that this continues to show this area and this sign of rotation, I want to zoom out and let's get a little bit of a track on this. Now, of course, things can change very quickly with this, but still want to give you at least a little bit of an idea of, especially in the immediate future. So we're talking Ivy at 8:24, Mitchellville at 8:33. More in the that kind of immediate future that this area of rotation will be getting close to where you are located if you are in Ivy or Mitchellville. Colfax by the time we get to 8:44, 8:54 into Metz, and then Newton by the time we get to 9:04. So that is for the most concerning area of some of that rotation and things of that nature going on right now. But the good news that I have for you is that this northerly tornado warning, we're not seeing anything concerning in terms of rotation at this point. So that's good news there. And I also don't want to forget about that report that we had out of Ringgold County, which was a little while ago now, but again, not seeing anything overly concerning here, but severe thunderstorm warnings south of the Des Moines Metro. In fact,
just coming up, yeah, Joe, I was going to jump in on that. There's, and I'll take over for this. Tornado warning over Decatur and Ringgold County until 9 o'clock. This is going to be radar indicated, showing some signs that this rotation down here that Joe has been mentioning is starting to tighten up. So the area of concern is going to be south of Mount Ayr, and that next scan is going to show it a little bit more tightening, and it will be right here in southern portion of Ringgold County, here south of Mount Ayr. I'll zoom in just a little bit. The area I'm concerned with is right about County Highway J55 and County Highway P46. So it's going to be in this vicinity. The next scan that comes in, it's going to be a little bit more robust, perhaps just a little bit further to the north of that. But that next scan coming in will certainly tell those details. There it is. So a little bit north of there, of the County Highway J55 and County Highway P46, and just a little bit more of a concise view for you. 270th Street between 240th and 250th Ave. So this one is moving to the east into the north and east a little bit with time. This is going to be purely a tornado spin-up risk. It's moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. That area of concern southeast of Mount Ayr and pushing northeast, that would put it near Kellerton by 8:32, 8:47 in Grand River. Leon outside of the scope of the warning at 8:55 and 9:13 in Garden Grove. In this overall evolving line, we are watching those little spin-ups, and that tornado warning for Story in Marshall County, it's still there. We did trim off the western side that was down into Polk County, so I did misspeak a little bit earlier. I'll briefly show you the velocity picture on this one. Significantly lost its luster. In fact, it's moving out of the warned area along Highway 30. I'll go ahead and just put that back up on the warning for you. And it's getting out of the warned area, so anyone within that tornado warning over Story and Marshall County, you can come out of your safe place. Now, there's still going to be a severe thunderstorm with some pockets of wind and certainly some heavy rain to watch. Moving east and just clipping the southern edge of Altoona, there's still that area of shearing that's occurring right along University Avenue, Highway 163, and pushing off to the east. I'll show you the shear detection here on this one. And coming out of the Rising Sun Village, Woodland Hills area, you do see some of that shearing that is occurring, and that extends actually down into Warren County too, but it hasn't been quite wrapping up and rotating around the way it has been as this passed over the Des Moines Metro. This is now basically running due east at the moment. And then, of course, a Boeing segment out over Warren County. If there's going to be some stronger winds, it's going to be over Warren County, southern part of Polk County right now, I'd say, passing through. We did have Des Moines International gust to 59 miles per hour earlier. Latest observation is 55 miles per hour. We'll watch a lot of these sites down over Warren County and see if they react to this line pushing through. But it is kind of bowing out just a little bit as it passes South Metro and down into Warren County. Just taking a look down, again, southeast of Mount Ayr. That's the area of concern that we're going to be tracking for a radar-indicated tornado. Joe?
Yeah, continuing to track that, and still showing up that that area of rotation there. These these areas of rotation can tighten up very quickly, and so they will prompt a tornado warning, and a couple of scans go by, and it might go away. But if you are anywhere within this tornado warning here, do be sure that you are heading to your tornado safe spot and continuing to stay there, as this warning will continue for parts of Decatur and Ringgold County until 9 o'clock. So these storms are, and this whole line in general is moving to the east and northeast, and still a couple of these areas that we need to continue to monitor. That the tornado warned storm that was north of the Des Moines Metro, no extension on that. We've watched the velocity signature and the rotation just really weaken with that particular area of storm, but still under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this tornado warning that still is kind of a part of this here with another data scan. Do want to take another look. So still have a little bit of that hooking kind of going on here. So I still want you, if you are on kind of this eastern side of the Des Moines area and the Des Moines Metro, continue to be in your tornado safe spot as we go forward over the next kind of 5-10 minutes, just because that area is still showing that sign of rotation. Still want you to be safe, and this does look like it'll continue to ride right along kind of University Avenue and heading to the northeast just a little bit. So may need to watch for that around Northeast 46 as we kind of move forward and possibly up to Mitchellville. Of course, this will all depend on just how long this area of more concerning type of rotation will last. But Chris, certainly from Norwalk down to Indianola, no concern anymore for any sort of tornadic activity, but still some strong winds. So even if you're under no tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings are in place because these storms can still produce some very, very strong wind gusts.
All right, Joe, the next velocity scan that we are due will show that the shearing action is not near as potent as it slips its way eastward, closer to the Jasper County line, down Highway 163 towards the Ivy area. So that's a trend in the right direction. And the story in Marshall County tornado warning is no longer. So we're really focused in east side of the Des Moines Metro and pushing off to the east now, and then especially down towards the Mount Air area. And we're still watching this southeast of Mount Air, about 5 miles or so. There's some strong shearing that's going on in there. And about the 270th to 240th Street area and around 250th is where we're watching. 250th Avenue is where we're going to be watching that. So there's a lot of shearing in there, and every now and again it's showing some signs of peaking, tightening up, and giving us that couplet. So tornado warning through 9 o'clock. That's going to be over Decatur and Ringgold County right now, and Ringgold County pushing its way to the north and east with time. Overall line of thunderstorms exhibiting some pockets of some wind. We've seen a couple of pulses of some stronger wind previously as that one has been moving through. Actually just looked at a video from my son as this area of circulation passed through the Norwalk area. There was a little bit of lowering just south of town, and was noted some rotation along with that. Nothing dropping down to the ground, but certainly that's why those tornado warnings are being prompted in there. So good work out of the future meteorologists there. Tracking things from the South Metro. So this is carrying on until 8:30, Joe, and basically the area of interest we've been watching would be where Ivy is noted. Not much there at that juncture, but if you're familiar with the area, east on Highway 163 outside of the Des Moines Metro.
Yeah, and even though it's not an area that is, continuing to exhibit that kind of a little bit closer to that hook or couplet, that would be very concerning. There is still some
wow,
some
that looks a
strong
lot
wind.
better here, I would say, Joe.
Yeah, as far as that wind, I mean, the gate-to-gate shear is not showing up very high, but I mean, take a look, 63 miles per hour showing up in velocity. So, Chris, we could be looking at some kind of a one of those very, very small, very isolated areas that could have, some wind damage, some tree branches kind of coming down, things of that nature, if those winds are actually reaching all the way to the surface, which they may not be, but we did see a wind gust of almost 60 miles per hour at the Des Moines International Airport. So just a little pocket there to keep an eye on for kind of some more localized, and this is very, very small area of some strong wind that could be ongoing.
Okay, Joe, yeah, and I'm going to come back over here to my feed. I have it kind of encircled, and we're looking for that peaking, the concentric circle kind of surrounding a bright spot, and that is a strong outbound wind there in the red, and Joe had it pulled up. I'll go ahead and sample it again, and this is noting 63 miles per hour going out, and just in a couple of miles away, it's 26 going inbound. So if you do that math, that's about 90 miles per hour in difference. This is going to be over a span that's not too far, 2 miles. So just south of Highway 63, and we have a tornado confirmed out of it now. We'll be staying here. So heads up in Prairie City, Colfax. Seek shelter, please. This is now confirmed. I'm going to get the details on that here for you right now. Tornado on the ground near Yellow Banks. Not familiar with exactly where that is. Let me look at the warning proper. Located near Mitchellville. I'd say it's south of Mitchellville. 5 miles southeast of Altoona and moving east at 25 miles per hour. So around that Ivy area is where we're watching. So where we saw kind of that peaking in the reds showing up on the velocity signal, that's likely where that is. So this is that strong rotation being noted, especially in the outbound winds. And I want you seeking shelter in Prairie City, anywhere near Highway 163. This storm is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. I'll give it a 30 mile per hour just to make sure we get everyone in view and give us some ample time to take shelter. So this one is moving to the east, Prairie City. Take note of that. It'll be near you by 8:40. Resner by 9:02, Kilduff by 9:14, and then Solely on down the line by 9:20. So that scan coming up, that definitely piqued the interest. Something fierce when you start to see kind of that ring take over with the brightening right in the center of it. That's something to be concerned with. That's pinpointing it for you where we are concerned. So since we are so close to the radar sites, we'll go ahead and take a look at the debris detection here. Prairie City, please seek shelter. Not seeing anything there. New scan coming in, a velocity signal has me concerned. We're pinning it up to now close to 70 miles per hour on the outbound wind, with an inbound about a mile and a half away, about 47 miles per hour. So we're concerned here for a possible tornado or a confirmed tornado still on the ground heading towards Prairie City. So please seek shelter in Prairie City, anywhere along Highway 163 at this point, pushing its way to the east. And here you see that uptick in the shear detection being noted. Getting up into that cyan, the light blue color, that's the brightest we've seen so far tonight, Joe, and this is the best signal that we've seen. So heads up for this. Just briefly, I want to get really honed in here on where I believe this threat is. It's just starting to cross into Jasper County right now. And where we're looking is going to be north of Vandalia, I'd say right along South 88th Avenue West, and approaching Pacific Street, coming out of West 129th Street South. And that's where that tornado threat is at the moment, running just south of Highway 163 and targeting the south edge of Prairie City. Let's see if we got that newest data in here. And we do not at this point. Tornado confirmed, though, out of this couplet that we're watching. Please seek shelter in Prairie City. Joe?
Yeah, seek shelter immediately. This also did have a report of a tornado near Pleasant Hill back at around 8:04. So this storm has history of producing a tornado, and there is, at least as of the latest report, one on the ground as we speak. So really just waiting on that kind of latest velocity data scan, waiting on that to come in. But if you are in Prairie City, make sure that you are in your tornado safe spot right now. This is the area that most likely has this tornado on the ground, if it still is. It's going to be south of Colfax, much closer to Prairie City. But Colfax, you are still under this tornado warning. It's just, let's see if we do actually have the...
Yeah, Joe, scanner reports saying damaging tornado near Mitchellville, and that would be confirmed. Joe, I think this is still on the ground. I am getting a tornado report, some strong velocity signals showing up. Let me get over here. Sorry, I was just off screen taking a look at things here. We need that next update. This is going to be targeting Prairie City like now. So please be in your safe places. Scanner reports saying this is possibly significant. So something we're watching here. Here comes that scan coming around. Give it one more second and we'll get an updated view of this for you. But the seek shelter in Prairie City, I believe this threat is going to be over you right now. So here's the latest data coming in. We have some very strong wind showing up in the outbound of 49 miles per hour. a little bit closer, 42, and coming inbound at 45. So we're still rotating around at about 87, 90 miles per hour. It skipped a scan on us, Joe, but that one in between that I don't have access to, and I'm sure you can see it on GR for me, but it really has that signal there. I've been watching on the debris detection, see if anything is showing up, anything being lofted up into the air, and I'm not seeing anything obvious. What we would be looking for is that deepest blue color to show up in that area of concern, kind of in a ring or a ball. If it was showing some debris being lofted, I'll go ahead and just back that up. And I don't see that feature being noted with any of the scans that we have at our disposal. So reports of this one that did hit the ground in Pleasant Hill, actually at 8:04 from ham radio, saying that. And then we had confirmation 4 miles south of Mitchellville of a tornado on the ground. So that would have been right about on Highway 163. Continue to be in your safe places, please, in Prairie City as this one moves through, Joe.
Yeah, Chris, this is pretty much, this area of rotation has almost moved, not directly straight east, but it's, I mean, maybe just slightly northeast. Just want to make sure that, got a track that I put on it here. If you are, especially in the immediate future here, Prairie City, be in your safe spot right now. Stay there. Got a couple other locations on here that are kind of in line, a little bit more rural as we get just a little bit outside here, but eventually we are going to see this start to approach Iowa Highway 14 as it continues moving to the east and slightly northeast. So if you are anywhere, kind of the area of rotation is right in here. So if you are kind of right in the middle of this, anywhere within the middle of what I've drawn with the cone here, that is kind of the track that this particular area of rotation and where that tornado might still be is that's the direction that it's been taking. And so I want you to be in your tornado safe space, interior room of your home or your basement. As many walls between you and the outside as possible is going to be the safest spot for you to be. And just want to be sure, looking for any other reports, not seeing anything new at this time. And I want to see if we also got a new scan or new data in. So, you know, Chris, if we had a, you know, one of these, you know, darker blues in like a full ball, that would be incredibly concerning. But with the debris detection, still not seeing, you know, anything that would, you know, that jumps out as far as, you know, this potential tornado is really lofting and throwing debris around, which it still might. It's just not being enough to be picked up by radar.
Last scan coming in on the cell over Prairie City is trending a good direction. And it is weakening on that rotation. I don't want you to let your guards down. Please continue to seek shelter there over southwestern Jasper County. As we come back, there's still some circulation down over Decatur County towards Kellerton, just to the east. The storm is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So you do have kind of those track times there as we look at the things moving to the north and east. Decatur City will be near you at 8:47, Van Wertz by 8:58, Garden Grove by 9:07, and Humiston by 9:16. You can see where that area of rotation is. This is a radar-indicated tornado about 4 or 5 miles north of Lamoni, 2-3 miles east of Kellerton in the western sections of Decatur County. So that's the area of rotation. There's also some gusty winds tucked away on this line as it extends up through Clark and into Warren counties, and then that confirmed tornado. And just to tell you, the latest scan coming in, looking just off screen, there's still some areas of rotation being noted. It is not quite as strong as it has been. Give me 1 second here while I make an adjustment just off screen. So, yeah, here's the latest scan coming in, and I'll go ahead and sample this for you right over Prairie City, 41 miles per hour and 45 the other way. This is that previous scan. We're due for a new one here, as this one is now 7 minutes old. Unfortunately, when we get storms right up into the Des Moines Metro, it goes through a different scanning pattern of the radar so we can make sure we're seeing everything close in tight to the radar site. Here's that confirmed tornado warning in the pink boxes. Continue to seek shelter. Colfax, Prairie City, out to the east towards Highway 14 and south of I-80. You need to be seeking shelter, Joe.
Yeah, continuing to watch the tornado warning that is down a little bit to the south here. Those of us along Highway 2 and south central Iowa down to Lamonheim. This still is tornado warned until 9 o'clock. Want to get a look at the kind of the latest in terms of the velocity here. So there is a emergency manager in Ringgold County that there's still been reports of some rotation going on, especially near Kellerton, which you can kind of see that area right in here. So continuing to monitor that one. No confirmed tornado with that particular storm at this moment in time, but it is tornado warned, and we are just continuing to kind of monitor this. Not sure if this is still on the ground. In fact, I do want to, nothing.
Next scan coming in, Joe, looks very promising. Sorry to jump in on you there for a second, but it's looking promising coming in.
For velocity scan coming in?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, let's check that out.
Probably take a moment to get there, again, since we are so close in. Well,
oh, yeah, I see. Yep, that is.
So we're washing out. Go ahead and in fact, sorry, Joe, I'm going to take over because I see something concerning here. So east of Grand River, approaching I-35, we've been watching a kind of a circulation. This is the newest scan coming in. So I was watching this. It's translating eastward now, and you do see kind of that red peaking right there. That's something to watch right in with that shearing that is occurring towards I-35. I think it's technically outside of the scope of the tornado warning. There it is. We got a new tornado warning in on it. So we're calling that spot. It's in. 9:30 is the tornado warning for this one. Includes northern Decatur, Clark, southwestern Lucas, and just a sliver of Wayne that would be close to Humiston. This one is, the threat is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So it is most definitely that scan, Joe, that I just kind of halted you on that made me say, hey, we need to look at this. And it's that brightening, that white kind of pink brightening. And I'll sample that. It's right on County Highway J20. About a mile west of I-35, the gate-to-gate shear there is 77 miles per hour, and so that's over a short distance, rather tight. We're seeing that peaking, the bright and tight. That's what we're always looking for tornadic circulation. And with that new area of rotation, we're watching the old one as it now approaches I-35. It's more broad in nature, as that one was back west towards Kellerton. I think this is moving more easterly than northeasterly, Joe, so that's the track I'm going to put on it.
Yeah.
And it's going 35 miles per hour. Out we go. And we'll get you close enough to it here. So could be within a minute or two on the short side of some of these numbers. 9:02 in Garden Grove, 9:13 in Humiston, Cambria at 9:21. You get outside the scope of the warning in both Cambria and Sheraton. Sheraton 9:35 will continue to track these little circulations. And really, it's all along this line overall, Joe, that we are watching here. So that Prairie City circulation, that's really washed out. We still have a tornado warning in this area, but I'm not seeing the signal to which this one is still holding one on the ground. Now, don't let your guard up. You can see those spin-ups happen very quickly, and that's what we've seen here for tonight. This is an area of interest in that storm. This tornado warning is going to continue for the time being.
Yeah, and the quick fashion at which this can happen is a big story here, where we just want you. We just want you to be safe. So, even if you are, if you're in an area that these storms are kind of on the way or they're starting to approach, just keep in mind that all of this can happen very quickly. So just make sure you're continuing to, either watch, listen, make sure you get the, alerts to your phone, everything of the sort, because it can be 5-10 minutes is all it takes for some of these spin-ups to occur, and then they can go away in the snap of a finger. So still watching that area, just to the, as Chris was pointing out, just to the west of I-35, and likely is crossing I-35 probably as we speak, just because on a slight delay here. And as far as this whole line in general, Chris, kind of from north to south, we've gone in and out several times. I will say, though, things don't look near as robust on the northern side of this line. So the farther north you go in central Iowa, not as robust signatures of velocity or any sort of signs of rotation. It does look as though we're starting to see, maybe on the northern edge of this entire line, things beginning to, I don't want to say wane because it can still be very strong, this thunderstorm activity, but just as far as the rotation, quick spin-ups, things of that nature, not seeing as much strength to be able to do that in the northern part of this line.
And Joe, the warning has not been extended there. Now, we do have a gust of 48 miles per hour, thank you very much, coming out of the Marshalltown Airport. That's sub-severe. The velocity signatures are not overly strong on this northern sector of the line. There is some wraparound winds coming in that cold pool, I think, aloft, but that's not quite reaching the ground at this point. Tracking the southern line, and I just want to pull this up for you, 70 miles per hour out of Lamoni. Oh, wow. So we do have a strong wind there coming out of Lamoni.
Yeah, gosh, that's the strongest we've seen tonight, correct?
Yeah, yes, definitely it is. Looking at the hook coming around as well as you look at the reflectivity, that's more pronounced than it has been with this sector of the storm. Looks like a new impulse, new updraft trying to take over, and those thunderstorm interactions can certainly wrap something up and around. So that would be in the vicinity we're watching of that little couplet that's been east of Grand River. Now that would be south of Van Wert, or very close into it, and actually moving off to the east as we get the next scan in. Let's check out if we got the new velocity. We do not, but that threat now is really along Highway 69 near the Van Wert area. Anyone along Highway 69 to the east in both Clark and also northern Decatur County, up to about the Lucas County line, please continue to seek shelter for radar-indicated tornado. There's also some strong winds being noted within that as well. Joe, we're working on limitations getting the newest scans in, but it's still there with that threat.
Yeah, it is. And, we, as far as working off the latest data that we at least have in, it's very easy to see this, very large area that's kind of a notch into this this line at this point. So, when you get some of this inflow trying to come in here, and just you get that area of rotation. Now, how tight it is what is important. I want to see if Yeah, we do have the newer data and the newer scans in. Still that spot that is that was in the previous scan to the west of I-35. That has moved just to the east of Highway 69 now, and still just a couple of little brighter pixels in there. And actually, I do want to get a little bit of a look, just what it's picking up on. So
there's two areas there up towards Weldon as well. So that area highlighted in Weldon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say up towards Weldon too. You just notice how a couple different spots here where things are a little bit brighter. So that gate-to-gate shear, especially up near Weldon, showing up at 66 miles per hour. So we've got a couple different areas that the shearing is a little bit stronger, and the rotation is. Those are certainly two very, very tight spots. In fact, I do want to actually let's put at least a little bit of a track on both areas here. We'll start with the one that is up near Weldon. So if you are anywhere to the east, a little bit northeast here, we've seen more of a kind of easterly track and movement trend over the past couple of scans. But Weldon B, seek shelter. Hopefully you were in your tornado safe spot already. Stay there as this storm and area of rotation continues to kind of pass overhead. Leroy, by the time we get to 9:03, last chance at 9:09. Derby by 9:17. And then eventually over to Sheraton down the line at 9:36. And I want to also put a track on the a southerly area of rotation too, just so we can give you an idea of who is up next with kind of both of these more concerning areas.
Hey, Joe, just while you get that up there, I want to highlight that tornado warning up into Jasper County. The threats associated with it have moved out of the area. That warning is now gone, canceled early. Go ahead.
Hey, we love hearing that. That's great news, seeing that kind of weekend washout kind of go away. But here's who's next in line. This is the a little bit more south in that southern area. This is who's next in line with the southern area of rotation. Garden Grove, 9 o'clock. So 10 minutes here. That's I'd say now is a good time, especially with this little bit of delay with our radar data. Move into your tornado safe spot. Derby, 9:18, also included in this. Kind of Derby right in line with kind of both of the areas of rotation. Millerton by 9:31, 9:46 into Russell. So Chris, I think we are seeing the trend of these areas of rotation that are kind of tightening up, going away, tightening up again. It's inching farther south in this line where we're seeing still some of this action, whereas farther to the north, we're starting to see just a little bit less of that. Not to say that it still can't produce, gusty winds in the northern part of this line, but we're starting to see that, the more kind of tornadic rotation within this line of storms farther south and inching farther south as we go along.
Okay, Joe, two areas I'm watching, and you earlier, and I'll just say there's a new tornado warning out here. Let me cover that first before I go back to the velocity picture. That's eastern Decatur and into western Wayne County. So now we have two tornado warnings until 9:30, both encompassing Decatur, and then the north side up into Clark, Lucas, and then the southern side into Wayne counties. Two areas of circulations to track out of this, and you remember a while back in the coverage, I told you we're watching kind of the circular areas that end up getting bright. There's one, and here's the other. I'd really be concerned with that northern circulation there crossing into Clark County. So that one appears to be a little bit tighter in terms of its rotation, and both are moving basically due east at this point. That northern one's moving north and east, I would say. So, heads up there over southeastern Clark County, be in your safe place. You move over towards Lucas and Derby, be in your safe place, please, if this continues to hold. This would be kind of on a Sheraton line as well. that southern couplet kind of moving more easterly, and we'll go ahead and track that one at about 35 miles per hour, moving to the east here and just north of east. So that one will be near High Point at 9:01, Cambria by 9:20, and Corden by 9:26. So a couple of areas to watch. That shear looking a little bit stronger in both of those locations, Joe.
Yeah, still watching those areas very closely, and just to keep a close eye still on the a little bit farther north up to I-80. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that does continue, and this is for, I believe it was quarter-size hail and the potential for up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's what this warning is for, and of course keeping the tornado possible tag, because this is still a spot that could still have little areas of rotation begin to kind of pop up here and there. But our major focus has been on over the last kind of 5-10 minutes has been on these tornado warnings that are in south central and southern Iowa. So we are continuing to monitor those. Now, if you live farther north, and if you're north of I-80, no warnings anymore in these areas here. I think we are, don't want to give the all clear just yet if you're still out ahead of that portion of the line, but we're getting close to that point. We're just seeing things kind of shift as far as the most concerning areas inching farther south kind of as we go along in time here. So still very concerned with these couple of areas. See if we've got any of the latest data in. And Chris, I have not checked velocity in this area for a couple of minutes here. Is this the scan that you had most recently, if you can tell?
Let me check here, Joe. I've been doing something a little off screen. Yeah, that looks to be about the same one here.
Okay. So still are concerned with these areas in here. This is going to all kind of be crossing Highway 65. Again, a little bit of a delay with the velocity data on here. So if you are, really anywhere east of, and if you're along Highway 65 and points just to the west of that, make sure that you are in your tornado safe spot and seek shelter. I do want to point out that these are tornado warnings for radar indicated rotation. There has not been a confirmed tornado on the ground with either of these warnings, but the rotation is there and has been strong in a few different spots to where a tornado could drop down from this portion of the line of storms at any moment in time. So that's why we want you to seek shelter, even though we don't have a tornado to report to you that is on the ground. But we've seen it happen quickly multiple times now tonight, where this line of storms can produce a tornado quickly, and then it can go away and then possibly kick back up again or start to rotate more again. And this all happens very fast. So wait, if you are, in shelter here. This is just north of Garden Grove. You can see this little spot of rotation right through here, and then just north of Garden Grove, and then a little bit farther to the north, we have got another one that we are continuing to watch very closely, because that is fairly strong here. In fact, I want to take a look at kind of what radar is picking up. Oh, new scan.
Yeah,
new scan coming in.
That northern one is most intriguing to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Not familiar with that town or village right there, south of Woodburn.
Yeah, that's it's right this
Yep.
this area here. Yeah, that's the spot that definitely has piqued my interest a little bit more. Now, the gate to gate shear, the velocity numbers, not anything that really jumps off the page, but still, this is strong enough rotation that we want you to be in your tornado safe spot and seek shelter if you were out ahead of this line heading towards Derby and kind of right along U.S. Highway 65 here.
So
want you to be aware of that.
So Garden Grove area, south of Woodburn, that's the areas we're concerned with. Heads up in Humiston, Derby, Lucas, please seek shelter for radar-indicated tornadoes. A couple of couplets here. This is shear detection, a couple of scans kind of overlaid on one here. And so you can see there's a lot of shearing in there and many points along these lines. So along this entire line of storms as it moves through, that's that couplet as it does continue to move to the east and north and east. There's still a tornado warning technically out towards Decatur and Ringgold County, no longer an issue for you. That should drop off. I think we're just within the expiration window of seeing anything. We still on air here? Okay, we are on air. We just took a power hit here at the studio, so that's my asking. New scan coming in south of Woodburn, I think, is where the strongest area of rotation is. Another area around the Garden Grove area, too. So Leroy, you're in between, up towards Last Chance. You're going to have an opportunity to see this circulation pass overhead. So GR, Joe, does have a TVS signature on it, too, just southeast of Woodburn. This is the new scan coming in. And so we'd be watching a couple areas here and then up in here as well, north of Last Chance. So there's a couple of areas of interest to watch. Northeast of Garden Grove now, east of Leroy. This is all moving east and north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So we're starting to see these targets of these circulations push into Lucas County. We're starting to get to the edge of the warned areas, and I tell you, I think they might even be moving a little bit faster than what was previously indicated, Joe, because we still got another half hour left on these warnings, and we're almost outrunning them.
Yeah, right. And so
time is of the essence.
Yes, time is of the essence for sure. So we're going to continue to watch this, and Chris, in fact,
you can just keep talking, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll drive the radar with you. We're kind of a limiting factor. I can only take my radar. So you just talk and I'll drive for you.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. So kind of just continuing to watch that area that is a little bit southeast of Woodburn. As Chris mentioned, closer to Last Chance, this area has the most concerning spot as far as the velocity and that rotation is concerned. So if you're in Sheraton, just kind of just as you're listening here, do be ready to seek shelter. Lucas as well, be into your tornado safe spot. Just a good idea as these storms are starting to pick up speed here, that as Chris just mentioned, they may start to outrun the warning a bit. And so we just want you to be as safe as possible. So just make sure that you are seeking shelter. So Chris, I'm looking at the latest kind of movement speed. So northeast at 60 miles per hour. So these storms really are starting to pick up the pace quite a bit here.
Yeah, I'd believe it. Is that the update we have to 60 miles per hour?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll take over here for a little bit. It looks like the area of rotation would be moving through Stevens State Forest right now, approaching Lucas. Please seek shelter in Lucas. Another secondary area west of Derby, I'd watch for some rotation that's tucked away in there. There's just a whole lot of shearing in the north to south happening, even north of Lucas a little bit, but right on top of Lucas right now at that latest scan, putting you under that area of rotation I would be watching. And it's also in the weak echo region of the hook, if you will, as I cycle back to the reflectivity Here's that weak echo. So don't go out and try to look. We want you to be safe. This is now extending outside the bounds of the warning. No new warning yet, but I'm still seeing a signal that is concerning here. On that southern edge, there are still a couple of areas to watch of some shearing right now heading over Humiston, up and down Highway 65 towards Derby. A little bit of some rotational peaking going on there. West of Derby, but kind of that shearing action all up and down this line overall. So we're continuing to track that as we continue with these tornado warnings. No new warnings out in advance, but I still have some concern. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out. And that is encompassing a wind threat. I'm sure that has that tornado possible tag to it as well. And it does. 70-mile-per-hour winds, that has a history of that back towards Lamoni as that pushes its way to the east. The overall evolution of the line pushing to the east. So the winds checking things out right now. And as they come up, 26 in Osceola was the strongest wind gust we saw there. And this one's getting into Stevens State Forest, 21 miles per hour being registered, not quite to Sheraton yet at 23 miles per hour. So a lot of shearing along this line right now, and we're starting to see those circulations we've been watching push out of the bounds of that tornado warning in portions of Clark and Lucas County. So I still say heads up over Lucas, continue to seek shelter, and then if you're east of Humiston, that's going to be the area to watch, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. Still the areas to watch, and
near Derby, I'd say.
Yeah, right near Derby, and given that little bit of delay, for sure. Excuse me, if you are in Derby, make sure you are in your tornado safe spot and seeking shelter. We are continuing to monitor these tornado warnings that are in south central Iowa, and starting to see these areas of rotation move just a little bit to the east of Highway 65. And again, this is showing up right near Derby, this area of rotation, and the most concern right through here. In fact, let's give you an idea of just how strong things are in this particular spot. So strong enough that velocity at 42 miles per hour, gate to gate shear at 23. Still strong enough that we do want you to take this seriously, and also want to see if they. Chris, have you seen anything in chat that they're going to extend that tornado warning a little bit farther?
No, quiet on that, but I still have concerns, not only coming out of Lucas, but the Derby area as well. Western and southwestern Lucas County. Heads up, we're tracking some circulations. It's outside the bounds of the tornado warning, but I still have concerns. Even coming out of Humiston, there's some pretty big shearing overall on that line. And all it takes is that one little rush of wind out to create that spin and bring that back up for us as a concern. So we're going to keep it going here for now. We're kind of running out of that tornado warning at this point, and we're just kind of waiting on that directive here on what plans are going to be at this point. But there's two areas to watch. Lucas down Highway 65 towards Derby. I would say this is kind of the area I'm most concerned with, right around Derby, where we do have wind on the outbound running 46 and wind on the inbound running 39. So that puts it together to 75 miles per hour, and that's going to be over a stretch of about 4 miles or so. So pretty broad, but it's that peaking in the circular fashion we're looking for, especially when they come right next together in that peaking fashion. That's going to be the concern. Just checking in, recent note. Watching the area of rotation near Derby very closely. That is still within the bounds of the warning at this point. but due to come out of it shortly. So we're going to keep it here. That northernmost one doesn't sound like it's planning on extending any further with that tornado warning into northern Lucas County. So we're kind of right on the edge here, Joe, of this. Looks like you have a new scan. Go ahead.
Yeah, got a new scan here. If we can take Max 2, there we go. Want to show you this area of rotation, right through here. This is this is the reason why you're watching that area near Derby closely. So again, this is to the east and northeast of Derby now, and we'll continue moving in that direction. And with that, let's get a look at a track. Now, again, the time's kind of the essence here when it comes to these storms now, because of how much quicker they are beginning to move to the east and the northeast now. They are moving at a pretty rapid rate. So if you are in Russell, do be seeking shelter.
Sheraton as well.
Yeah, Sheraton too. Sheraton, head to your tornado safe spot, and just a good idea to do that right now, because these storms, I will tell you that they are moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. They are really, really booking and really moving along fast here. So, if you are anywhere in the immediate area of these rotation, don't waste any time. Just go ahead, get to your tornado safe spot. As many walls between you and the outside as possible, an interior room of your home, or a basement if you do have one. It's going to be the safest spot for you.
Okay, Joe, going to come to me. I've kind of outlined that area of rotation coming east out of Derby. We have a pretty strong screaming inbound wind, and the next scan will even show it even stronger. Southwest of Sheraton. Inbound wind on the new scan that you're not looking at, I'm looking at just off screen, 74 miles per hour inbound and 25 miles per hour outbound. And that's going to be over about a 3-mile distance. There's a new tornado warning out for this circulation. Sheraton, safe place, please. Russell as well. It must be another couplet down into Wayne County that we need to look at. Joe, why don't you go find that? I'm going to talk about this one right now coming out of Derby, south side of Sheraton. Heads for that. Heads up for that. I just have a lot of family down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And into Sheraton. Just need to let them know to seek shelter.
You said down into Wayne County. There's oh yeah, I do see that.
Okay, so that's the one we're tracking as well. I'll go ahead and pull that up. A little bit of some contamination in there, but there's all sorts of little spins. North of Clio, west of Cordon a little bit, and west of Millerton, but then you start to see that peaking of the big circulation there south of Sheraton. And just in the latest scan on GR, Joe, we have a TVS signature on this as well. So a tornado vortex signature showing up with this activity just south and west of Sheraton. That hook might be trying to wrap up into the city proper, just south of town. I'd say the Pin Oak Marsh area. That's where that area of circulation is going to be. This is pushing to the east at about 35. Is it 35? Let me check it here real quick. I want to make sure we're accurate with this. No, excuse me. Sorry, 65 miles per hour.
Wow.
So this is really screaming. So heads up over southeastern Lucas County for that strong signature that is showing up. Last scan had a TVS on it, Joe. Looks like it's still trying to peak up there as things hook into Sheraton. Please be in your safe place, please. Down there into central Lucas County.
Yeah, absolutely. And no time to waste here. With the storm motion being at 65 miles per hour, these storms are moving incredibly quickly. So make sure if you are in any spot that is anywhere near a couple of these areas of rotation, just make sure that you are seeking shelter right now. So Sheraton be in your tornado safe space, Russell be in your tornado safe space, Melrose start to get ready to do so, just because of how fast these storms are moving now, which is to the east and a little bit northeast at 65 miles per hour. Storms are really moving. There's another area of rotation. There is a little bit of contamination that makes it a little bit tougher to see, but there is another area of rotation that is down near Clio that we have been keeping an eye on, and it's kind of pulsed down at least a little bit, still pretty contaminated in that particular image, but with the latest data just south of Sheraton here. Again, if you're in Sheraton, be in your tornado safe space right now. And we've got a pretty strong rotation in here that is probably likely already crossed over Highway 14 and is right along Highway 34 through the city of Sheraton. As this continues moving east and northeast, and Chris, you've got a couple things clipped there. What do you got?
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight the velocity signal that I have here. And we're tracking things at about a 95 mile per hour rotation, and this is going to be over a distance that is only about 2 or 3 miles wide. So tracking right across about the Sheraton River crossing on Highway 14 and moving to the east, maybe slight northerly components. So south side of Sheraton, please be in your safe places, please. We'll just call it the city of Sheraton. All of you east of Highway 14 towards Russell, and you stretch back down towards Millerton and beyond towards Cordon. There's a lot of shearing that's going on along the line, but that brightening in that rotational pattern there by Sheraton at this point is the most concerning. So safe places, please, within that warning, especially the northern edge. And there's a lot of shearing along this line, even extending up to the north, but there's not quite as much of a rush of an outbound there is that's signaled just south of town with these two little light blue bullets that are pointing in out of that. So let me pull up the threat markers just to see if that TVS is still showing up. It is not at this point. Still watching down into Wayne County as well as the warnings get trimmed up. Heads up in Monroe and Appanoose counties as we'll continue to track things for you as this one moves overhead. It looks like the area of concern will now be slipping just a bit to the east of Sheraton on the southeastern edge, maybe down the Bluegrass Road a little bit towards Russell. So that would be into this area right here, just on the southeast side of town coming out of the Pin Oak Marsh area. Not much for roads in this vicinity, but a 235th Trail, which is commonly known as the Bluegrass Road there, turning into 455th Lane. Red Haw State Park area need to be seeking shelter, and that circulation is almost directly overhead in that area. Let's sample these latest winds that are coming in. 60 miles per hour there on the outbound, and just east of town we're close to 40. So we've ramped things up to about 100 miles per hour rotationally over about a 3-mile stretch across, so about 4 miles actually at this point. So fairly broad, but it is whipping there overhead, Joe.
Yes, it very much is. And just to give all of you at home a little context to the large tornado warned box and tornado warned area here. The reason for that is because of all these little pockets in these little areas of rotation that have been all throughout this particular area of this line of storms. So that's why the tornado warned box and the tornado warned polygon is so large. It's because there's continues to be multiple areas of some of this rotation. If you're in Sheraton, stay in your tornado safe space. Let this completely pass through and move off to the east. Another little area of a little notch here, kind of just a little bit to the northeast of Millerton, right near Russell too. If you're in any of these spots, any of these areas, make sure you're in your tornado safe space. I do want to continue to drive home to you that these storms are moving at a fast rate now. 65 miles per hour is the latest that we saw with the tornado warning. That's how fast these are moving to the east and the northeast. So no time to waste if you are anywhere within the tornado warned area, because these storms are moving so quickly. And again, this is such a large tornado warned box and polygon because of all the different little notches that we're kind of seeing in here. You can see so many of them. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if they're small, there's still little notches in there and little areas that can rotate, and all of this can happen very quickly. And especially with storm motion now being at 65 miles per hour, you've got rotations and brief spin-ups that can happen very quickly.
Joe, check out just southeast of Corden. You see that little peaking there?
Yeah.
That's up there too. So
Yeah.
that's still within the warning, and Joe has it up on screen. I'll let him talk about that, but that's a concerning look too, and that's gate to gate 90.
Yeah, gate to gate 90. That's strong. That's one of the stronger and more powerful signatures that we've seen so far tonight. So another area there to really keep a close check on. Want to take a look at the shear detection. Yeah, showing up quite a bit around the Sheraton area, and up a little bit closer to Williamson as well, along Highway 14. So continuing to monitor all of these areas, and just to be sure, want to check the debris detection along all of this where we've been seeing this rotation. So what we'd be looking for is, you notice this color right up here on the banner. It's these darker blues. We would be looking for a pretty concentrated circular area of some of that darker blue color. That would be an indication to us that that would be a clear debris signature, and therefore would tell us that there is a tornado on the ground and ongoing. Good news is we're not seeing that with the debris detection, but that doesn't mean that a quick spin-up tornado can't happen within this entire tornado warned area. So if you are anywhere on the eastern side of this tornado warned polygon, do be sure that you are seeking shelter, because these storms are coming your direction at a pace of 65 miles per hour to the east and the northeast. Chris.
Okay, Joe, Sheraton, you can come out of your safe place. Russell, continue to be in yours. Very broad tornado warning. A lot of times we see this more pinpointed and radiating out over a smaller area, but there's just so many little areas of circulation that we are tracking. I think the best area that is rotating is kind of along the Russell area at this point, and maybe even a little bit further up north on the line there, north of Highway 34. I'd be watching there about halfway between Russell and Williamson. Just several little pockets that we're tracking in this. There's some strong convergence south of Russell, new updraft possibly trying to form there. We'll see if it can come around on itself. Some shearing there as we move into northeastern Wayne County. And you start to get into the eastern part with still a lot of that shearing within the depths of this tornado warning. This lasts until 10 o'clock, so we're going to keep it here throughout. Take us right up to Local 5 at 10 o'clock. We're also streaming online. We are Iowa Plus. No matter how you're joining us, thank you. We're guiding you through this severe weather for tonight. A few tornadic touchdowns that we have seen. I'm briefly going to pull up the storm reports that we have seen on the day. It's been more pulse-like rather than widespread. We have a big line of storms moving through. A handful of tornado reports now showing up. The first one was in Little Sioux. You can barely see it. It's underneath that hill report there. Down into Fremont County. Most recent touchdown, and this is new, isn't it, Joe? I don't recall this one. So tornado reports in Weldon, tree down with house on power lines, or power lines on a house in Weldon, and then metal roof blown off just east of Weldon. So in the booth.
Yeah, that's brand new.
Yeah, can you have someone call down there into southern Clark County, the Weldon area? Those are new reports to me that I've seen. A couple of tornado reports up near Shelldale, in the Slater area south of Ames, and then east of Pleasant Hill, south of Mitchellville, a tornado report as well.
Chris, just something that I want to mention here, that new report that we just saw. Never did this tornado warning actually have the confirmed tornado on the ground. As far as the warning goes, just want to have everyone watching keep in mind that this is how quickly these things are happening. So when we say, stay in your tornado safe spot, stay in shelter, wait for this and the areas of rotation to pass, because so quickly these little pockets of rotation and the little areas within this line of storms can produce a quick tornado in such a fast way that tornado drops down, causes damage, and then it might just lift back up into the storm. But we continue and will continue to monitor just multiple little notches within this whole line here. So if you are anywhere within this tornado warned polygon, I want to bring it back up here along with the velocity. The reason that this is so large and covers such a huge area is because of the fact that there are so many different areas that have popped up within this line. These notches, the rotation showing up, and we've seen just over back towards Van Wert, a tornado confirmed, at least a tornado report that came in as the storm is moving through there. This is all moving to the east and the northeast at 65 miles per hour, unless that has changed, which I don't believe it has. It's
it still is.
Yep, still 65 miles per hour. So if you're in Melrose, seek shelter right now and get to your tornado safe spot. Chris, are there any particular areas that you are seeing right now that are causing a little bit of concern?
Yeah, right where you're looking. So you got the old Olmetz wine. Olmetz
that's
mine
a spike
there.
right there.
So east of Williamson and north of Russell is my greatest concern. Northeastern Lucas County, the Tipperary mine area as well. Those are all now ghost towns in that area. You get off into some pretty rugged terrain in that part, but still kind of a TVS being hinted at in this area, Joe. So we're getting to the edge of the warned area once again. I think that's where the greatest concern is. That's where we have that hook coming right through Tipperary and Olmetz, pushing off towards the Lucas and Monroe County line. That would be where that concern is. Just checking the newest data off screen here to the side. Yeah, right. Kind of where that hook is where we're concerned with it. There's a lot of shearing going on through here. Not quite a bright signal rotationally in here, but a lot of shearing that's going on. Maybe just a little bit there northeast of Russell that we would watch. Scanning on down the line, south west of Melrose, there's a couple of little opportunities that look promising for maybe something to drop down. It's within the warned area. Anywhere, I would say, generally 3 or 4 miles away from the Monroe-Lucas County line or Appanoose and Wayne County line to the west and points eastward into this tornado warning, need to continue to seek shelter. Apologies, there's no highway north to south through there. This does get into the Lake Rathbun area as well, so no good highways to reference as we go through there, but coming in south from Russell through Confidence to Promise City points eastward, need to continue to seek shelter. Joe?
Yeah, still, here's just to at least give a little bit of somewhat positive news is that we have slowly seen the northern parts of this line weaken to the point where they're not severe warned anymore. So as we continue to, the energy within this line is clearly being concentrated south of I-80. And as this continues to race to the east and the northeast, we are likely going to have to continue to monitor for continued signs and continued areas of rotation kind of popping up here. Let's go back to the velocity and see if any of the latest or new scan just came in. So you got a lot of contamination. At least that's kind of how it looks to my eye right now. A lot of contamination within this, around Corden, Clio, over to Seymour. This little spiked area here, just south of Melrose, there's no inbound winds showing up in this particular spot. However, this is a little bit of a spike, and so you can see the gate to gauge here 47 miles per hour, but the velocity itself showing up at 75 miles per hour. So even if there are not any areas that are particularly concerning in terms of maybe producing a very quick tornado or dropping a tornado in quick fashion, there still could be some spots that have some very small areas, very small spots that get upwards of maybe a isolated 70 mile per hour wind gust, or even up to maybe not quite to 75, but a 70 mile per hour wind gust is something that these storms have exhibited and have produced at points when it was farther to the west. But so we're gonna have to continue to watch that. Chris, I'm not seeing. I'm gonna go back to reflectivity real quick before I completely toss it back over to you. A little bit of kind of a notch near Plano, and a little bit of a hook farther to the north here, just east of Highway 142. But overall, with the kind of some of the latest scans, there's no one particular spot that stands out above the rest, unless if you are seeing something different, please feel free.
I think we're seeing some contamination in the data in northwestern Monroe County. Otherwise, I'd be watching this area north of Weller pretty closely. At this point, I think the greatest area of circulation is probably just working into the western reaches of Monroe County, north of Melrose, north of Highway 34. I'll continue to watch that northernmost sector that I was talking about there with the concern of some contamination. But there's several little hooks on down the line, even into northwestern Appanoose County, down over the Lake Rathbun area, that we need to pay close attention to, but we've had confirmed reports of tornadoes here for tonight, and that's why we're with you and we're tracking this situation very closely in real time, because we want people to stay safe in this situation. It can be a scary moment, and we want to be your voice of reason, help keep you safe. We're starting to get to the edge of the tornado warning, and just glancing off screen here to see what we're going to be seeing, and waiting to hear back from the Weather Service if this is going to be concerned. There's definitely a lot of areas that are showing that shearing along the line, even beyond the scope of the tornado warning, as it does move into Monroe and Appanoose County. Lucas County, Wayne County, you're in the clear. You can come out of your safe places. That warning needs to be trimmed very desperately at this point. We have about 20 miles still in the warning that no longer needs to be. As we pull back to the shear detection, we'll mainly be focused here on this initial line trying to spin up. We have two kind of pulses of data meshing together into one. But I'll show you the tracks here, and this is going to show you just the extreme nature that we've seen as the data loads in. It's coming in from left to right, and it's going to fill the screen with some of that rotation being noted, the shear, if you will, as it flutters across the screen. It's really taking over southern Iowa. We've been watching that best area of the shearing, and right now moving into Monroe and Appanoose County. Still some of those circulations being noted, and also some hooking going on in the data. North of Melrose is my greatest concern right now. Otherwise, we see that line turn more northeasterly, becomes more of a convergence zone. Joe?
Yeah, still, and I was just about to kind of zoom in on that spot just north of Melrose here. So this is kind of right along, just north of Highway 34, where we've got this little bit of a notch and some of this kind of rotation going on. So again, I want you all at home to know that these storms are really moving. They are really moving quickly at 65 miles per hour is the latest as far as the storm movement. So if you are in Albia, make sure you are getting to your tornado safe spot. Still not sure if we're going to see this another warning kind of continue down the line here, but regardless, we've been seeing enough of these pockets of rotation that we want you to be in shelter as this continues to move your direction. So about 10 minutes before we see this get to Albia, Eddyville by 9:53, Ottumwa by 10:02, Hedrick by 10:08, and Batavia 10:14. That's when we're looking at that. That's in the far eastern part of this cone that I've drawn out here. And it's for this area of rotation that is just north of Melrose. So if you are in Melrose, stay in your tornado safe spot. Wait just a little bit longer here as this area of rotation continues to move to your east. And if you are in Albia, now is a good time to start kind of getting a couple things together and starting to think about getting into that tornado safe spot with the way that these storms are moving.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to jump in here just because word from the National Weather Service, they're tracking that area north of Melrose with the rotation and monitoring whether or not a tornado warning needs to continue. So I think we'll see that determination coming here very shortly as we're just getting to the eastern edge of that tornado warning as it sits right now. So it is possible that we will see something come out of it. I'm still seeing an area of that shearing that you just noted, basically just north of Highway 34. It's this area right here. I believe, is it Georgetown, just to the west of Georgetown. That's where we have that concern of that rotation coming through, and the shearing pretty evident in that latest data as we look at things up through Bucknell as well, and further up to the north, a lot of shearing extending up into Marion County as well, though that section of the storm is currently unwarned at the moment.
And real quick here, Chris.
Yep.
This is we've been calling a couple different counties to see kind of what they have had or what they have seen. So from Decatur County, didn't have a ton coming out of Decatur County. Some tree damage east of Weldon, and then around Van Wert, where we had that tornado report. Fire crews are responding to a good amount of power lines down and potential fires starting from the power lines being down, along with, of course, power outages to that area. So, if you're around Van Wert, one thing I want to say is just allow emergency crews to do what they need to do, and don't try to go out and view any of the damage at this point. Give it some time, allow them to work on the power lines. It's just not a safe area to go anywhere, anywhere where that was exactly happening around Van Wert.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much for that detailed explanation. Certainly sounds like we did, and we've confirmed that a tornado did push through that area, but we're confirming there is some damage in town there. So not a point to go to that area, stay out of it. We're seeing the threats push out of this tornado warning. It still extends back to the west towards Humiston. You're safe. You can come out of your safe spots in Lucas and Wayne counties. The threats are well east of you, and the threats we're watching are even starting to come out of the tornado warning. Latest banter from the National Weather Service is the rotation is overall fairly messy, but there's still a few places worth watching, and we're going to continue to watch it too until we determine that there's not a significant threat. I still have some concerns there. All the shearing along the line, there's still some parts where it's peaking up there just to the west of Georgetown, Highway 34, into Monroe County. There's also, it looks like, a little bit of activity between La Villa and up towards the Attica area. Right along the county line there, this would be an area to watch as well. I'm going to back it up one scan just to see if it had it there. A little bit, but it's certainly come around as an area to watch. So just northwest of La Villa, as we pass 9:38 is the current time right now. Joe?
Yeah, these and want everyone to keep in mind that these storms are moving very, very fast. So again, still, we are watching for these areas of rotation and these areas of, these kinks kind of within this whole line. No new tornado warning on this particular line just at this moment, but as you have, as you heard from Chris, the areas of concern do still remain. Let's go back to velocity here. Again, if you are in, if you're in Albia, make sure that you are. Even though there's no tornado warning, I would say still seek shelter or get into an interior room of your home or your basement. Just a good idea to do so, given how quickly we've seen things go downhill as far as the tornado being produced in a very quick fashion. That does happen with these lines of storms like the one that we've had tonight up to this point. Things happen very quickly. The tornado can drop down. It can lift back up within a couple minutes. We see rotation on radar. We get another scan come in. Doesn't show up as much. And so just things change fast when it comes to these lines, especially when they're moving at 65 miles per hour to the east and a little bit to the northeast. So we're going to see these little pockets in here begin to kind of cross over Iowa Highway 5. It's a beautiful area all throughout that drive on Highway 5. But if you're anywhere along it, Albia down to Moravia, not a bad idea to get into an interior room of your home, even though there is no tornado warning. Chris, it's still enough that we just want everyone being safe and taking these storms seriously while they continue to behave like they have been.
Okay, so we're going to give a recap of what's going on and continue to track things here behind the scene. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds in that tornado possible until 10:45. That will get us into Local 5 News at 10 o'clock. This line continues to move to the east. Overall, the line is moving at about 40 miles per hour, but those little areas of circulation, when they spin up, they move at about 60 miles per hour to the east. We'll continue to track this activity over Monroe, Appanoose, Wapello, Davis County, and Mahaska counties as it does close things out here in the Local 5 area on We Are Iowa Plus. We're also streaming on social media as well. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. If you'd like to continue to follow, you can join us there. Now we'll get you back full screen to the draft. Okay, we're still streaming with you, Joe. I'm going to have you come over here and chat because I need to get a show prepped, if you don't mind. So, whole lots of circulations showing up along this line that we're going to continue to watch, and it, as we've seen, it doesn't take much to spin something up. So, 1 second here. I'm going to just pull the max up so you can get a scene.
Give me time to get a little quick drink.
Yeah, I understand. All right, stay with us. We'll be back here in 15 seconds. Okay, friends, we're continuing to track this activity. I'm going to prep for my 10 o'clock show, and Joe is going to chat with you as we wrap this one up. Joe, take it away. Your mic should still be good, I think.
Yeah, it looks like my levels are getting picked up, so I believe we are good to go. Let's bring back on cam here. So something that you continue to see with this, guys, is the tornado possible tag. So we continue to monitor areas of rotation that pop up, kind of all within this big line. Now, what you see down into, you get around Centerville over to Cordon, that whole area, there's a lot of contamination going on right there in terms of radar. But still, if we're talking about an area that is still of at least slight concern and potential concern, it's going to be, the area that is around Albia up to, I'm blanking on the pronunciation.
La Villa?
Thank you. Oh, boy.
It's been a long night, Joe.
Yeah, it's been a long night for sure. So we are continuing to monitor this whole this area right here. Still seeing some spikes in some of the shearing and the wind speeds. In fact, I do want to kind of take a look at this. So, nothing crazy showing up there. I want to sample another spot. So we just got a new scan in. So, again, no particular spot is of major concern, but this gate-to-gate shear of 81 right near Albia, that's enough.
Joe, can you mute my mic, please?
Yes. So that is enough to have some of that concern. So want to give you guys a broader view of everything that's going on. So what we've been seeing is that the the overall line, it was severe. Now, there are some severe storms well off to the east. You can kind of see them right above my head here. Those storms are severe off in eastern Iowa, out ahead of this main line that's been moving through central Iowa. And so here's what we're looking at. It's south of I-80. It's this, this area right through here. And as this continues east, it's moving very fast, 65 miles per hour, storm motion and storm speed. So this is going to continue to move to the east at very swift fashion. And we are going to continue to monitor different areas of a little bit of rotation and things of that nature. Let's go ahead and take a look at the shear detection here. So a lot of little pockets in here. Again, a lot of what you see down in here, don't be too concerned with all of those areas of shear. Kind of like someone took some paint and just kind of threw the brush at something, and that's what kind of popped up. A lot of contamination on radar that we've seen kind of throughout that area there. So don't be too concerned with that. What I would be more concerned with is the areas of shear detection right near Albia and just to the north of Albia. So let's go back to velocity here. Want to keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat just in case they decide to issue another tornado warning here. But again, still going to just continue to watch for things like this. It's been happening within this line all night long to this point. All night long. And that's why we've had some brief tornado touchdowns. We've had just all sorts of different things kind of going on as this line of storms has continued moving and sweeping east through central Iowa. So continuing to watch for these areas. There's a lot of contamination on radar there. Almost giving me a headache looking at it. There's so much going on, but this is still the most concerning area. Also keeping an eye on this area just to the north. Well, new scan came in, so we got a couple different spots here. I want to sample this. That is that's very, very strong gate-to-gate shear and velocity there. So this is an area that is concerning here. This is just east of Bluff Creek there. Evelyn, just south of Evelyn. And this is heading to the east and the northeast towards Eddyville. Still moving at around 65 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and track this area of rotation here, just to give you all an idea. Storms are moving so fast, I might have to zoom out a little bit more. All right, so Eddyville by 9:56, so about 7 minutes here. Cedar by 10:02, Fremont by 10:07, Highland Center by 10:10, and Hedrick by 10:12. Again, area of rotation, nothing as far as no tornado warning issued or anything like that. But it is enough rotation that we want to let you know about it. And if you are anywhere within kind of that path that we just looked at, I would say, especially in the immediate future, like if you're in Eddyville, for example, good idea to head to an interior part of
130,
interior
145 or so.
So just want you all to be safe. Be as safe as possible. Lines of severe storms like this can have a little bit of wild behavior. and very, very quick moving action where things happen in the snap of a finger, and then it just doesn't show as much in the next radar scan or the scan after, which is why we have to watch these areas. And what you've probably noticed from both Chris and I is that we're kind of constantly waiting on that next scan to come in, because things can change so quickly in between those radar scans. We just always want to see that next round of data to continue to give us an idea of where we need to be concerned. So another spot where we're seeing a little bit of a spike. This is just to the southeast of Oskaloosa. If you're in Oskaloosa, not a bad idea to seek shelter, head to your basement, interior room of your home, lowest part of your home, whatever it may be. Head to that tornado safe spot. This is a pretty strong uptick in some of these winds that are kind of showing up here. And just a quick reminder, there is no current tornado warning on this. However, we could have some very, very strong wind gusts with this area as it continues to move to the east northeast. So let's get another track on this area specifically. Again, these storms are moving. This line of storms is moving at 65 miles per hour. This is moving very fast. 4 minutes here, probably starting to actually move into Oskaloosa kind of as we speak. So if you're in Oskaloosa, not a bad idea to just kind of seek a little bit of shelter, get away from some of those windows to the outside, things like that. Because some very strong winds starting to move into town as we speak right now. Rose Hill by 10:05, What Cheer by 10:11, Sigourney by 10:17, and North English by 10:27. Latest scan that came in, still, it's a little bit messy. It's a little bit messy now, but still watching for these little notches kind of in here. Hopefully we continue to see the threat for any more spin-ups and incredibly strong wind gusts. Hopefully we continue to see things die down and diminish as we continue to have time going along here. I want to bring up the winds. Just give me one second, and I will have that. There we go. Let's see if there's anything of interest in this regard here. All right, so right near Centerville, just a gust up to around 33 miles per hour. Anything through here around Pella? Nothing super significant there. Anything? We don't have any other stations through here, so I'm not going to get a great view until this moves through Oskaloosa and we get a couple readings there.
Joe, look
Yes.
at this for me.
What's that?
I think we see the rotation come through right here.
Oh,
Right there.
Yeah.
I think
that
we
was
caught it right there.
That was it. Wow, you could really see that on time lapse.
Yeah, it's time lapsed. It's tough to see in the moment.
Yeah.
If you want to refresh the downtown time lapse, you can certainly show it. I just saved it. I'm going to use it in show.
Yeah, that'd actually be great to Was it the?
Downtown time lapse. You'll have to hit the. It may not be in there.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Just
There
just
it is.
popped up. Yeah, I think this would be great to be able to show that. So, guys, check this out.
Can't see lowering or anything.
But you can definitely see that
Yeah.
rotation on that. I want to rewind this again and show you guys again. Watch
Hey,
kind of
sorry. What's this line moving? Speed?
65 miles per hour.
The whole line?
Yes,
Criminy.
it is booking.
Okay. Thank you.
So there's that. There was that rotation as it moved over downtown. As Chris said, no, you can see there wasn't any lowering or anything, but you can absolutely see that clockwise or counterclockwise rotation in that time lapse there. So kind of cool to see that.
All right, we got to get back streaming because we got a show coming up in 4 minutes.
So we'll put you guys back to Looping Radar. Be sure to tune in to Local 5 News at 10 here in just a few minutes. Chris will have more updates for you on air, but we'll be back. We'll be back to the stream after the show. So tune into Local 5 and stay safe. We'll have more updates for you once we get through the 10 o'clock newscast.
Thanks.